This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Is it hit?
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to
Cubby
our
hole.
own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry, and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to what promises to be an intriguing final day here at the Kia Oval. We will be keeping an eye as well, of course, on events down in Chelmsford, where Hampshire are playing Essex. But for the meantime, all eyes on this one. There are any number of permutations, and we will be trying to pick them apart, Cameron Ponsonby and I, in due course. We are around 8 or 9 minutes away from the resumption here. The weather is set fair, pretty clear skies as we speak. Chance of a possible rain shower later on, but I think we should be fine. And so everything to play for here. It's intriguingly poised. In the meantime, before we come to the various permutations, we're just going to take a look at the highlights from what was an intriguing third day.
That's a lovely shot. It's going to run away for 4. Deep third's quite fine, anticipating the thwack, and up goes Karen Nayer's bat because he's made it to 150. Oh, there we have it. What an extraordinary way to go. I think he was trying to play the ramp, despite the fact that there's a very fine deep third, almost a fly slip. Shot, lovely shot, wasn't it? Beautiful. Little over pitch from Sanderson. Be the first boundary of the innings.
Sibley guides that towards the deep third region. Gone. Taylor strikes in his second over. Sharp catch in the cordon.
Edged. Oh, that's gone through first. It bounced just in front. I don't think it was a chance as McManus chases after it in vain. Ooh, thick edge, just evades third slip, will run down to the boundary for 4, but again, So his last few runs have come somewhat edgily here. Oh, he's got him. A tame dismissal for Ryan Patel. Oh, now has he got glove on? That he has. Well, Sai Sudharsan doesn't like that much. He's looking at his arm. But the umpire's decided that has come off glove. That's elegantly played by Dom Sibley.
Runs this time, and that will run away for 4 quite easily off the hip by Ben Folkes. So decent start to this critical afternoon session, really. He's gone up and he's given him. No hesitation whatsoever by the umpire, and Dom Sibley has to go. Beaten for pace, bit of a nip backer. Bowled him. Thank you very much. Neck and crop. It's held its line. It's crashed into off stump.
Short taken on. Bang. Into the seats. Have that. Clark counter-attacking up to 9. Oh, that's glorious. Just perfect from Sanderson. Had Clark caught on the crease. Shot. Nice and compact from Folkes. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders to the pitch there and playing through the line.
Chance just wide of third slip, and they've had 4 slips in for much of the afternoon. Oh, it's just gone down on the bounce, I think, to Emilio Gay. It wasn't a chance. He'll be frustrated, though, that he's let that one through his legs, run away for 4. Foolish, punch down the ground. He's very strong through that area, and that will run away for 4. He's excellent, straight, either side of the stumps. Foolish, rinse and repeat, 4 more. Long half volley by Tom Taylor. It was asking to be hit, really. Ben Folkes just leans on it in again, steered completely in control down to third man for his 5th boundary and 3rd since the resumption. Drives 4. You're not stopping that. Hasn't had to overhit it.
Flashed away. It's going to be another boundary. It is wonderful watching Jamie Overton when he's in full flight like this. There are plenty of gaps in the field. Oh, it's all going wrong for Northants here.
Another touch for Lee. Bang. Backhander as well. 2 in the same over.
He's got a nice little under on
the blower as well.
Yeah.
Overton brings up a half century.
52 balls. It's been a great knock. When he came in, his side were in all sorts of trouble, and he's hit 8 4s in that time. 52 balls. He came in at 79 for 6. They're still far from out of the woods, but nearly doubled the score, these two. Well, they have exactly doubled the score. 79 for 6.
Right then, folks, as we said at the top of the show, this is an intriguingly poised cricket match. Any number of possible permutations, and Cameron Ponsonby is here, and he's been beavering away all morning trying to unpick them for us. The headline, of course, is that if things go Surrey's way, they could be champions tonight. The flip side, of course, is that if Essex were to somehow contrive and push through a result in their favour, and Surrey were to be on the wrong end of one here against Northants, then Essex could be a point clear going into that winner-takes-all final week. There is, of course, the added story, and we can't discount this, as we try and unstitch all of these complications. Northants are still, of course, mathematically in place to save themselves, and to stay up it would be the greatest escape. They would need to win here and beat Essex next week at the Wantage, but they are a key part of this fascinating, complex possibility. Now, Cameron Ponsonby, what is your prediction for the day here at the Kia Oval?
I think the thing that makes me happy going into the next hour is we have genuine jeopardy in the next hour. Northants are probably playing the most conventional cricket of all the grounds today, all with Chelmsford and the Oval, whereas their route to victory is the simplest. If they can bowl Surrey out with a lead of 150 or more and enforce the follow-on, then we have a very simple mathematical game of cricket where they'll be hunting for a victory. Surrey will be batting out to try and save the match. The way Jamie Overton and Ben Foakes are going at the moment, where we could find some intrigue later on in the day, is if Surrey get past that follow-on total, whether they have any desire to force the issue on, potentially even declare behind, and then give Northampton the opportunity to set up a result. Northampton need a result, almost a win more than Surrey do, so Surrey kind of have the stronger hand in that respect. And the scenario that none of us wants is that Surrey just pat it around all day and we go home in 7 hours.
Well, that's really well summed up, and I think the thing to take from that is that for the first hour or so, and it may well be just 20 minutes if Surrey were to be on the wrong end of a few, but yeah, for the next hour or so, certainly for this passage of play, we will be looking at conventional cricket. Northants need 14 wickets today to save themselves and to give them one last shot next week against Essex. So from their point of view, it's pretty clear. Anything less than 14 wickets and they're done for. It would be a brutal way to go because they've played much of the cricket in this game and they've been really superb, I think, considering they came into this having been on the wrong end of a real heartbreaker last week against Warwickshire, when the two contrived to produce an excellent final day that Warwickshire edged in the end by a couple. And so for Northants it's very clear, and for the next hour or so, and it will be Ben Sanderson, who was excellent yesterday, it will be Ben Sanderson, and you imagine Jack White again to resume. They've been their premier seamers throughout the season, sharing 64 wickets, just coming into this game. And they've been classy again. Sanderson in particular, metronomic from the far end as we look at it. Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. And from this end, the JM Finn stand, then Jack White I thought was superb as well yesterday, swinging it late into the pads in particular. Surrey, they were in a real pickle at one point. 6 down for not many. These two have put on 79. That's flicked for runs immediately. May beat the... No. Gets the big boot down. Does Karen there. And so just picking up a couple. So they have actually changed ends here, interestingly. So Jack White did the majority of his work from this end. But he's picking up from the far end. And it will be a tense opening salvo here. Every run counts. Surrey trailing by 197. Follow-on mark, of course, is 150. Anything below that, and they will be feeling relatively comfortable about whatever plays out from here on in. Big runs required, though. Ben Foakes solid, as he was throughout the day yesterday. He played the, if you like, the quieter hand alongside Jamie Overton, who chanced his arm and got up to 50 in the gloaming last night. But Foakes has really held this innings together. He's been the most adhesive player out there for Surrey. As all hell was breaking loose at one end, he was in complete control of his game, looked defensively very sound. Got to start again here though, of course.
They've got the perfect foil up there, Surrey, in this partnership between Foakes and Overton. Those 47 more runs required to avoid the follow-on, 48 to be precise and correct. With Overton out there, it really doesn't feel like that many. Overton's almost played the exact kind of identikit innings to Tom Taylor in Northamptonshire's first innings, where batters have found it very difficult going during this match. You've got two lower order players who, with a bit more positive intent, have actually kind of changed the complexion of both innings.
Right in behind it yet again, Ben Foakes, and so that completes the over. It may well just be that's it for Jack White from that end, but we shall see.
I'll be interested there. Northamptonshire just had a change in their field at the back end of the over, where they removed their third slip and put a cover in, and I'll be interested whether that is either an indication that they haven't got as much movement first things first in the morning, or almost a nod to a one-day field, where in the one-day game, in the middle overs, you drop your fielders out to the boundary in the final balls of the over to kind of get out the over and not kind of concede that boundary. And so with Northampton playing a bit of a game within a game here, with 47 runs to protect, actually at the back end of the over we might see some more fielders in the ring. We're starting with Sanderson's over with that cover in place, so perhaps it's more of an indication that they haven't quite got the lateral movement thereafter. First things first.
Yeah, it's going to be Sanderson then from the old Vauxhall end, running away from us as we look at it. It's pushed strongly into the covers, a loosener by Ben Sanderson, who, as I said at the top of the show, was excellent yesterday, but may have had a rather rough night's sleep, thinking and playing over and over that dropped catch at long leg. It really was in and out. He didn't really have to do too much. It wasn't a particularly challenging chance at this level. Jamie Overton chancing his arm, and he downed it. Can't get that one away. And that really did suck so much of the life and impetus out of Northants, because they'd been irresistible really to take those first 6. Overton's come in, played nicely, and then popped that catch up off his hip, and you felt like that really could have been the moment for Northants. When you're struggling down at the bottom, you need every single marginal to go in your favour, and you could see the reaction. There were players down on their knees afterwards, no more so than Sanderson himself. One thing he does have though is the ball in his hand here, and he had scant luck really, in truth, yesterday with the ball. Beat the bat on a number of occasions.
You were. It was a horrible moment. I always have feelings of kind of such intense empathy when I see catches go down, because you almost have a physical reaction. You know what that feels like. You know how disappointed you are within yourself, and your teammates are looking at you, all supporting you, going, "Oh, don't worry about that next one." You think, "Oh, I know what I think about my teammates when they drop them."
No ball, and again, every single run, it does have a one-day finish feel to it, as you acknowledged, Cameron, with the in-out field in that first over from Jack White.
It was a chance so different to anything else that had been presented during the innings. Northamptonshire have been kind of bowling very wicket to wicket, getting the ball to nip around, LBWs bowled, caught behinds. It was a caught opportunity on the boundary.
He's gone for it and rolled his wrists nicely, and so easy single out to deep backward, and again 2 men on the boundary on that leg side, so an indication that they're trying to preserve as well as attack here. Talking of that, another marginal that didn't go their way. They came out after one of the rain breaks. They've been gambling with 4 slips throughout the morning, and they went with 3, hedging their bets against Overton, who's obviously a very attacking player. And what does he do? Edges it straight through that vacant 4th slip slot. So the marginals didn't quite go their way in the back end of yesterday.
Just a quick update from Chelmsford. Hampshire have lost their 9th wicket. As far as I can tell, be pretty much one of the first. Well, it wouldn't quite be the first delivery of the day, but Carl Abbott is gone, and being bowled by Stephen Cook. So just 1 wicket remaining there. Hampshire trail by 119. And so that game actually isn't too far away from a kind of contrived ending, because Essex can put the foot down, get 100, 150, stick Hampshire back in.
Yep. Their route one, of course, was to get Hampshire all out before the follow-on mark, and then let Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley et al. Get after them. Playing a miss, well bowled, bit of nip, as we've seen throughout the game from this end in particular. 163 for 6. Trail still by 194. And so, as we keep saying, that follow-on mark really is the key subplot in this game right here and now. So yeah, 9 down Hampshire, 119 behind. Tom Prest, who batted brilliantly yesterday. I saw some of the highlights last night. He's a really fine young player. They like him a lot at Hampshire, and he's still there, 106. Mohammed Abbas, not renowned for his batting, it's probably fair to say. An authentic number 11. It's going to be Taylor again then. In fact, correction, it's going to be Jack White, of course. Tom Taylor, the backup seamer, who was very useful as well in the slipstream of the Big Two yesterday.
I think Jamie Overton really is the key here. Northampton should be more concerned about Overton's presence at the crease than Folkes, although Folkes is the kind of batter of greater quality. Overton's kind of the batter of greater quantity of runs quickly. If they can remove him, they'll feel much more comfortable that they'll have enough time, even with Folkes at the other end, to take those remaining wickets and before the follow-on.
Rock solid, right in behind it.
God, he's liked that one. He's held the pose for an age. Yeah, that's a man feeling in form and enjoying batting.
We said this yesterday, Cam, didn't we, that for all Overton's strength and power, he's a pretty orthodox player. We saw it with that 97 that he made for England, spectacular knock-on debut. And we saw that in amongst the hitting, there is a sound orthodoxy to his technique. He's become a very key player for Surrey with the bat. And there it goes. Bang on cue. He stayed slightly leg side of it. And it's just held its line, and it's a decent catch at first slip. And so, Northampton, a relatively subdued response, but they know that they are still in this scrap. They needed that because Overton could have got away from them. 51 from 60, a breezy knock, but he's got to go. And Surrey still 44 in arrears from that mark of the follow-on, and they are now 7 down. Ben Folkes still there, 35. Tom Laws will be the next man in, who can certainly bat, but Surrey will be feeling a little bit twitchy after that Overton wicket. Cameron Ponsonby.
Just seeing on the replay here, the ball's headed a lot further down the leg side than the initial kind of viewing suggested. I think Overton was looking to actually turn it almost around the corner. The ball just held its line. We were just talking about how orthodox and technically correct Overton is, and he kind of almost backed away from that delivery a little bit more than he had been in previous kind of iterations. And we have a cricket match here, Phil Walker.
We certainly do.
If you are Northamptonshire here, I always kind of think you've got to flip it on its head. Obviously, we're here on the Surrey live stream, so we're viewing it through the gaze of Surrey primarily and thinking, well, how do we manipulate this game? How can we get to X or Y? But if we were sat here as the Northamptonshire's commentators, we'd be going, there's a game to be won here. This is a fantastic opportunity. And we're going to see the way that Surrey are approaching it. They've stuck in Dan Worrell above Tom Laws, above Kemar Roach. And I think this is very much a case of he's potentially your wicket of least value, but he is, for that reason, the person to chuck in earlier, have a go, try and get these 40 runs down. We're having a pinch hitter at number 9.
Yeah, intrigue upon intrigue here. I think Cameron's reading of it is very sound. Worrell to perhaps chance his arm if he gets himself going. Needs a sighter too, of course. That's one of them. But yeah, an attacking lower order hitter. Yeah, such a shame that we lost a session too many over the last 2 days, really, to really open up all kinds of options here. Because Surrey, being a front foot kind of cricket team, pound for pound the best team across the last 2 years, you would say, in red ball cricket, they would have been trying to figure out ways they can win this game, and with a bit more time, shot in anger but straight to the man at extra cover. But again, a sign of the way that Worrell is going to approach this knock, you feel.
Confirmation that Tom Laws is indeed fit, so it's not an injury swapping of the order. I think that everyone's guesses and assessments are the same as ours up here, that Laws is going to chuck the batter a few. And we can already see we have 4 fielders out on the boundary immediately to him, 3 on the leg side. It's going to be quite fun viewing for the next 20 minutes.
Well bowled, quietly played up the pitch. So, successful over for Northampton. 163 for 7 now, Surrey. They've lost Jamie Overton. Added just 1 to his overnight score. Went for 51 from 60. Well caught by Karen Nair. Off the bowling of Jack White, who's been superb, really, across this game. And indeed, been a Trojan across the summer for Northampton. Him and Ben Sanderson have kept the seam attack up single-handedly, really. And so we keep saying it, but it's absolutely essential here for Surrey fans. 194 they trail, 150 is the follow-on mark. Been a curious innings really, 55 overs has elapsed. And those two put on a crucial partnership really that dragged Surrey to some kind of position where they can feel still in this game relatively comfortable at this point. They still need to just hold 13 wickets together across the day. And folks, solid again.
We do really have a game of... The cat and mouse cliches will be becoming more and more frequent as we've dropped more fielders back out onto the boundary. So against Ben Folkes, they put the fielders on the boundary because they're very happy for him to have a single and get Dan Worrell on strike. But when Dan Worrell's on strike, the fielders remain on the boundary because they then want to catch it when he's whacked up in the air. Same positions, different intents.
Folks, conscientious as ever outside off stump. He rarely allows himself outside of his box. He's a self-contained batter, has a very clear mind in how he goes about his game as well. He's occupied 87 deliveries in this innings, and without him, Surrey would have been rolled some time ago. Can he continue though? Keeps a bit low and well played again, watchful off the crease. Hampshire hanging in there, 3-3-3 for 9. Mohammed Abbas careening up to 4 from 5, and Tom Press still going, 2 6s, 15 4s in his 107. We'll have to buy a drink in South London for a time, will he?
It's a great bus to 3-3-3. Tooting Broadway to Elephant and Castle, served me very well over the years.
Iconic number, of course.
Well,
who are the two people who made 3-3-3 in Test cricket?
Chris Gale, obviously, and Graham Gooch.
Oh, I saw the panic wash over your face there.
I know my audience. I know my audience. I know why is Bill asking this? I reckon any question you ask, 50% of the time I can answer Graham Gooch. And we're roughly there or thereabouts. A friend of mine struck up a very bizarre and unlikely online friendship with Chris Gale. He was wandering home from a night out and took a photo of the 333 bus and did like #universe_bus and tagged Chris Gale in it.
Strong.
And Chris Gale just found it really, really funny. And so they ended up trading quite a few messages, wished each other happy Christmas. My friend did a charity DJ set, and Chris Gale came on the live stream and launched his new song.
Oh, that's lovely. Pushed into the covers, but can't beat the man. Rather tentative by Ben Folkes, but absolutely still in control here.
Sanderson overstepping once again. He's just, as you mentioned, he's had a change of ends. But nevertheless, I think someone as experienced as him, it'll be unusual because he's losing his rhythm in such a way.
Yeah, he struggled a bit through the game with no ball problems. That's his 5th. And we are getting ahead of ourselves here. Still 43 needed to avoid that follow-on for Surrey. But should they fail to get there, Northants will be looking at it and thinking, OK, we have a puncher's chance. But they've only used 4 bowlers. They haven't used a spinner. In fact, neither team has used a spinner all game. It's been seam and more seam, including Rory Burns' single delivery. And so Ben Sanderson into his 22nd, well, just completed his 22nd over. Jack White 15 overs, Tom Taylor 10, Luke Proctor 9. So while they have been off and on and been able to preserve energy, they've gone up and he's given him bit of extra bounce. Jack White strikes again. 2 in 2 now. And Dan Worrell has to go. Surrey 8 down, still 44 in arrears.
the kind of intangible pressures of today are getting bigger and bigger with every passing moment. Essex will set up and have an opportunity at a result at Chelmsford, and it's looking like Surrey are going to have to bat out the remainder of day 4 with a fresh innings to make sure they avoid defeats here. Dan Morrell's not particularly pleased with it, but Jack White's just been able to get that extra bit of movement from the surface and lift. It's a very, very similar line to the delivery that he got Overton on. And this one again holding its way, just nipping away off the surface, this time from just back of a length. And Northamptonshire liked it, even if Dan Morrell didn't.
He didn't, and he gestured to the umpire quite clearly his displeasure at that decision. I wonder if that might come back to haunt him later on in the game, because that was quite clearly a demonstration that he did not like that call one bit. Hard to see to the naked eye. What we can say is that the Northants cordon went up in unison. There was no hesitation either from the bowler or indeed from the umpire. One or two decisions I think Surrey may be feeling haven't gone their way across the course of their innings, but the bald facts are they are now 8 down, 165 for 8. And yeah, 43 still required to avoid that follow-on, not 44. But every run now will be precious for them. They began the day with 14 wickets in hand to avoid defeat, and now, just 19 minutes into the day, they've lost 2 more. Tom Laws, useful player, in at 10. One of the hallmarks, of course, of this side is that they bat all the way down. So, Jack White, 4 for.
I was checking in with the great doyen of county cricket knowledge. I think I've gone way too big. I've given him too much of a big ups there. But Nick Friend, the journalist at the Cricketer, I was talking to him about Jack White, and he corrected me immediately. He said it's actually Curtly Jack White.
Well,
hence why it is CJ White on the card.
Indeed.
I was filling me in on his story there. Nick interviewed White a couple of years ago, and he was a ski instructor in the Alps until he was 27. And the turning point in his career, he was an overseas for Parramatta Cricket Club over in Sydney.
He's in again looking for a 5 bag. Well bowled, but Tom Laws watchfully.
And he was the only overseas player in the league without a professional contract, but bowled the club to the title. And from that experience, it eventually became professional cricketer really deep into his 20s. So what I'm saying, Phil, is there's still hope. Maybe I can be a ski instructor in the Alps one time.
3 slips. Might be tempted to get one more in. Maybe take mid-wicket out. He's not bowled too many 4 balls. And that does go through behind square on the offside. Nicely played. Left it late. Laid it down as well. Tidy shot. Boundary 4. First of the day, and much needed.
It will be a reminder to Surrey. I do wonder whether we'll see a change in approach from Folkes in particular. He's been so watchful, batted so beautifully. But whether these 40 further runs, whether they're almost becoming more in Surrey's own mind by being watchful. But if you're a little bit more positive, as you say, 4 runs makes a serious dent in that kind of follow-on target. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Laws continuing to be positive.
So a slight change in the field. They're sending deep point out now. Beats him. One more delivery left. And Jack White, Curtly Jack, will be desperate to land it right on this spot, because Tom Laws is still just finding his way here. And it's been a story throughout this innings.
It's a really magic little spell from White here. The ball is 56 overs old. And not just the 2 wickets. We've seen him beating the outside edge of the bat on a number of occasions, trying to be able to extract movement from the seam and the surface with what is now a kind of a relatively old ball.
Beats him again. 2 in 2. Great stuff by Curtly Jack White. Hands on heads, move along. 169 for 8. They trailed by 188. 57 gone. So yeah, 16 overs Jack White's got through now, but of course, truncated day yesterday, so you think he'll be feeling relatively fresh. Ben Sanderson's got through a few more. You feel like if they do manage to enforce the follow-on, then it will come down to those two again. They'll have to dig very, very deep. And perhaps Rob Keogh's off breaks as well could come into play towards the back end of the day if they're looking to try and rush through a few overs. We're getting ahead of ourselves here, of course. But it's just irresistible. There's so many permutations out there. Hampshire are all out. 3-3-4, so they trail Essex by 113. Essex, you imagine, will go in with their conventional openers, one of whom's been the talk of the town the last couple of days, Sir Alistair. Will he or won't he? But after that, after they've seen off that new ball, it'd be interesting to see how attacking they are. You would imagine they'll go out there and throw the bat. Happy to pick up a single from the first ball of the 58th. So Ben Folkes has absolute faith in Tom Laws.
That's one of the larger ego hits to Tom Laws' egos there. So we want to bowl at you, actually. We're not having it.
Yeah, it's the way that he does it, Ben Folkes. You know, we've seen it with England as well when he's been involved in run chases. Plays slow heartbeat cricket. That's the way that he does it. Beauty. Leg break at 70 mile an hour. And it does feel like a run chase, doesn't it? It's almost a conventional feel.
It has that pressure, that just intangible pressure on an event, whereas normally runs should be so much easier to score, to come by. You put it in the context of a run chase and it becomes horrible. Everyone's feeling that little bit more nauseous in the dressing rooms and out in the middle.
Kemar Roach, of course, will be padded up, number 11. He's gone up, nothing doing, stifled appeal, looked a little bit leg side to me, Cam.
I think I agree with you, Phil Walker. Northampton weren't particularly enamoured with the appeal. They didn't go massive on it. Just taken above the knee, well, not just above the pad. It's very similar to where the height at which it struck Dom Sibley for his dismissal yesterday. As you said, just potentially drifting down the leg side. Laws be feeling much better for that delivery. That's the first in, we've had 3 playing misses in a row, then an LBW appeal. First time he's felt bat and ball again. It'll be a high heart rate out there for Tom Laws at the moment, I imagine, to complement Ben Folkes' serenity at the other end.
Yeah, but he's a mature cricketer, not quite 21, but he's already seen a fair bit of action for Surrey. Got one first-class 50 under his belt. Pick up a couple here, I think. He's found an excellent pocket of the ground there. I find it one of the kind of cricket kind of professional sayings, or one of their buzzwords, which I don't think really filters down, is I was talking to a coach the other day and he was referring to someone as a great hitter of pockets. They hit pockets well. And I went, I don't think I've ever heard any of my mates describing any other ones like that. But just an example of that there, Tom Laws managing to find that gap to the right of mid-on. Wideish this time, and well judged by Tom Laws, not tempted by that. And so we move along, 172 for 8, 58 gone now. 36 needed. It is bizarre that if Tom Laws was at 8 or 9, as well, he's normally been batting in the tail this season, just as a result of how deep Surrey's batting order has been. Just as a result of how deep their batting order has been. But if Folkes and Laws were batting together at the moment, or Folkes and Laws batting together conventionally without this pressure of a run chase, and you said to them, share a partnership of 30, they'd be thinking that's kind of the bare minimum they were looking for. That would be the expectation. The added pressure needed, it's a different complexion. Jack White continues his excellent morning's work. Ramrod straight, threatening both sides of the bat. Ben Foakes equal to him. So, Essex resume, and we're hearing from the back of the box that Adam Rossington is opening up.
Excellent.
That certainly tells a story of how they're going to approach the day's cricket. They need runs quick, and there's few more explosive players in the game.
If I was Essex, I wouldn't mind picking up a couple of 5-run penalties for running down the middle of the pitch as well. You're picking up your runs.
Well, of course, Simon Harmer looms large in that equation. He picked up 6 for every. He got through 38.5 overs in that game. So those monster fingers of his, and I tell you, a little more emasculating than shaking the hand of Simon Harmer, let me tell you. But yeah, he'll be feeling a little tired. He'll still have a few overs to try and weave his magic later on. Up on his toes this time by Ben Foakes, and he'll pick up just a single because deep point is relatively fine. And so it brings Tom Lawes back on strike. 3 deliveries still in this over, and so I think Curtly Jack will take that and fancy his chances. He's bothered every single right-hander that he's bowled to, with perhaps the exception of Foakes. He just has that knack of angling it in and holding its line. He has a barrelling kind of action, all arms and legs. And there you go. No dice this time though. That's now 4 play and misses, authentic play and misses by Tom Lawes.
He's getting such joy from that length, a good length, just short of a good length. This morning, Jack White getting the ball to really, well, not seem viciously, that'd be the wrong way of describing it, just seeming enough to make, well, Lawes play and miss on 3 occasions from against White, to take the edges of both Jamie Overton and Dan Worrell's bats too.
Pushed hard up the pitch, but mid-off is fairly straight, so no run. Just one more, sorry Cameron, just one more delivery for Tom Lawes to negotiate here. Feels like it's a key moment. Every single delivery feels like it's gravid here. There's real jeopardy at play.
So to return to Simon Harmer, I always feel he almost does a disservice to cricket by performing a world-class skill and making it look incredibly easy. So walks up.
He's done that well, Tom Lawes, and he will indeed retain the strike. Final delivery, so 1-7-4 for 8 now, 59 gone.
I think that was a kind of almost designated plan just for that delivery from White. They had a little talk just beforehand, and he veered from the line that's been serving him so well and went much straighter, much fuller. You could see he kind of sunk to his knees after the delivery was tucked away by Tom Lawes, got a pat on the back from a teammate. I'm interested to know if he'll keep going or whether we'll see a change of bowling at the Mickey Stewart members' pavilion end.
This is going to be Sanderson, who's doing the hard yards now. Yeah, into his 24th over, just 1 for 53 to show from it, but he's been supremely economical, as indeed has Jack White. More incisive by White. He's picked up 4 for 40. They've turned in a monstrously good shift here, really, but it will be taking its toll. And as Surrey inch towards that follow-on, died a little bit outside off stump, as we've seen. A bit of up and down bounce now to be expected on effectively a day 3 pitch, considering the time that we've lost out of the game. But another good track though. You can score runs on it, as Karen Nair showed. You can play through the line, as Jamie Overton showed. You can get stuck in, as Ben Foakes showed, and there's been help for the seamers throughout. It's just what you're looking for. Just a little bit wide, Tom Laws is happy enough to see that one by. He has a slightly sort of lugubrious way about him anyway, Ben Sanderson, but he looks like he's really having to dig deep here. Do you feel that, Cameron?
I'm going to have to get the thesaurus out for that one there.
Stop it.
No, I think the point you make about the workload Ben Sanderson is going through currently, he's into his 24th over of this innings, and hopefully for Northamptonshire they will enforce a follow on. You imagine if that does happen again, if that does happen, him and Jack White are going to be expected to bowl another 20 overs later on in the day. He'll end up after a day and a half in the field having bowled around 50 overs. He'll be a sore man.
Yep.
For a number of days to come.
Luke Proctor's an option for them. He took 2 for yesterday and bothered Surrey's middle order. He was the one who induced that top edge from Overton as well. It would have given him 3 for if Sanderson had been able to take that catch down at long leg. And so he could be a decent option here. Short one, why not?
I think
easily negotiated.
Northamptonshire were quite keen on, they used Proctor against the left-handers, and Proctor got both Brian Patel and Sai Sudharsan out, and then he was pulled quite quickly after that. It wasn't immediately, it wasn't a case of your kind of T20 matchups and the like, but his natural action gets the ball to go away from the left-hander and into the right-hander, and it could be an option against Laws at the moment, with Laws being a bit tentative, kind of poking at deliveries, missing a lot of deliveries, to have a bowler really honing him on those stumps.
Got him from the final ball of his over. It's a Ben Sanderson classic, and Tom Laws is cranky with himself, has to drag himself off. Surrey are now 9 down, still trailing by 183. They need 34 from this final pair if they're not going to be doing this again in a few minutes' time. Ben Folkes is unmoved on 37 at one end, but Northants seamers, they just keep coming at you. Jack White and Ben Sanderson, can they be repelled? Cameron Ponsonby, what a moment.
It's exactly the type of delivery we're just referring to, what you might have got from Luke Proctor, moving that ball back into the right-hander, targeting the stumps. You see here Laws looks to almost turn the ball away into the leg side, and it just holds its line enough that instead takes that outside edge. It's very similar to how both Jamie Overton and Dan Worrell have been dismissed this morning. We said it a few times, we have a cricket match today. Northamptonshire is sensing a sensational victory on this final day, and a rather distressed, bemused and sad Dan Norcross joins me.
Sad isn't the word at all. Anxious, terrified. Oh my goodness me, my giddy aunt. Kemar Roach comes out to bat. Now why all the panic? I mean, we're going to have an abbreviated day. Yesterday they came off a bad light at 5:15. It wasn't very cloudy at that point. There was still sun knocking about.
There were also tropical storms, Daniel.
That came straight after, but they went off for bad light, not the storm. So we're probably looking at, I would think, 5:15 and 5:30 before bad light takes hold. And Surrey fans here just have to, well, they have to hold their nerve. The players have to hold their nerve, but the fans have to hold their nerve. So a man reputedly died of a heart attack here, chewing an umbrella many years ago while watching a thrilling England test match against Australia. We don't want to be going into those areas. Dear oh dear. Now what is Folkes' approach going to be? Now, I imagine Kemar Roach, he's not a dasher, he is a blocker, and he can hang around for long periods of time. And although that follow-on target is of course massively important, so is time. And the time taken for White and Sanderson to keep bowling. They've already bowled for 37 minutes this morning. Even if they pick up this next wicket quickly, well, Sanderson will have bowled 4 overs, and White also the best part of 4. Now that's gone fine. It's running away towards the boundary. Will be brilliantly cut off, but they'll get back for a couple. That's incredible work from Sanderson. He's a big fella. Running round to his right, just scoops it back in. I kept an eagle eye on his foot, but I assure you that was a clean stop.
It was a wonderful controlled slide Do you remember seeing footage of Sol Campbell years back doing a never-ending slide tackle, and he kind of flies off the edge of the Wembley pitch and keeps going for a very long time?
I confess I haven't seen that, no.
I'll show it to you later. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah, football's probably the last thing on my mind at the moment. And the other part of this, of course, obviously that's putting the miles in the legs of Northants' premier bowlers. But there's also eking out whatever runs they can, because we never know, we might get to a situation later on in the day where Surrey just going past Northants' total means that obviously you're then going to have a change of innings, you take up some time, you take up overs. All of these things, it's what makes red ball cricket so captivating.
I thought you were briefly manifesting Surrey building a lead there and declaring.
Well, obviously not, Cam, no. Now, we've established that the only way Surrey can force a win here is by getting past the follow-on target, then being bowled out, and Northants, who, don't forget, obviously on the Surrey live stream we do tend to be a little bit one-eyed, but for Northants this is a massive game. If they can win, and given the way that Middlesex are going up at Lords, they've lost at least one further wicket this morning. Are they still 2 down? 3 down. 3 down now, so Middlesex are in serious danger of losing, and they'd only pick up 3 points in that match. Meanwhile, Kent are playing a game that's been absolutely ravaged by rain, but they're 30 for 3 against Somerset, who'll be looking to bowl Kent out twice in the day. Roach, did he play at that? I don't know. He may have played the line of off stump. He may have poked at the ball. There's 1 ball left to survive as we tick off those remaining overs in the day. Now you'll see those 88 and you'll be thinking, well, that's an awfully long, a lot of overs to get through. But as I say, I'd be quite surprised if we get to be playing beyond 5:30 or so. So how many overs Surrey realistically will have to survive? You could probably shave 7 or 8 off that, which is important because that means that Northants would have only 1 new ball with which to bowl Surrey out. And of course if Surrey batted for those 80 overs, chances are they'd have gone past Northants' overall total. 61 overs gone, 177 for 9, so we've now had 8.4 overs this morning, is that right?
Sounds good to me.
It feels like that.
I've news from Chelmsford.
Yes.
Adam Rossington sent up the order to be a pinch hitter.
Yes.
Sort of 3-ball duck, so he's on his way.
Well,
so the score is in effect 119 for 1.
It's a very bad look to rejoice at another's misfortune.
I feel like you're well versed in it, though, Daniel.
I am rather, yes. Well, never more so than when England beat India by 10 wickets with 4 overs to spare in the semi-final of the T20 World Cup at Adelaide. That was quite the day. But thoughts return here to the Oval. Now, folks is turning down runs. He wants to protect Roach as much as he can, and that, of course, means that any chance Surrey might have of getting past that follow-on target is in one sense reduced. In another sense, it's going to take quite a long time to get there if they go at this rate.
I think your point about taking time out of the game as much as runs is an astute one, and I think folks will be very happy to stay there for as long as possible, even if runs don't come by.
Well, Taylor and Proctor have bowled well in this match, but there's no doubt that the premier strike force is Sanderson and White. Sanderson's now bowled 24.2 overs, and crucially he's into his 5th over today. He did get quite a quick turnaround between innings, so Surrey are just really keen here to put as many miles into these opening bowlers' legs as they can. Resuming on 158 for 6 on a September morning. A no ball, 2 more runs. Rejoice from Cobham to Ashton and all points in between.
I believe that was a no ball for height being signalled by the umpire. can't quite imagine folks would have felt too in danger from facing Ben Sanderson's short stuff.
Surrey over halfway now to Northants 357. Had a few no balls this morning. Had a message from big Surrey fan who's in all sorts of conniptions at the moment. Says he's been watching the live streams, found himself celebrating a no ball. He said, "What has become of me?" Well, we are all you today, John. Alistair Cook playing what we think is probably going to be his last innings at Chelmsford today. How bizarre, as Ben Gardner himself said, man of this parish, said, how fitting that Alistair Cook should play his last innings at Chelmsford in a wild thrash to get runs on the board to declare and force a win. Another run to the total. He's happy to take off the 4th ball of the over. So Roach has 2 to survive here. I was reminded, I've been reading a splendid book, White Hot, by Tim Whitmore and Matt Roller, about England's ascent to the very pinnacle of white ball cricket, double world champions. And reminded that Alistair Cook did open the batting in T20s for England.
Absolutely. He has a T20 century for Essex.
For Essex, yes. Well, he got a rapid 100 against Australia, didn't he, in, I want to say, 2005, I think. In a tour match before he'd been selected for England.
Yes.
That finger point was was positive, was it? Yes.
You reminded me that it sparked something. I would not have been able to tell you that had happened until you told me, but once you said it, I agreed.
You did, didn't you? Well, we'll look it up.
It is remarkable looking at Alistair Cook's kind of ODI stats, just the reminder of how different a time it was only less than a decade ago. 92 ODIs, an average of 36, and a strike rate of 77.
77, I mean, really extraordinary, isn't it? Last ball of the over. Can Roach survive? He can. Another over ticked off. Folks will be on strike. Even if Surrey now lose a wicket in the next over, there will be a minimum of 84 remaining in the day. That's how we count down in these situations. It's tense, it's frantic. Cameron Ponsonby's going off to relive memories of Alistair Cook's 100 in a tour match in 2005. And Yas Rana.
Morning, Dan.
Comes alongside me. How are you feeling?
Good.
Really?
Yeah, I feel really good.
Why is everybody so sanguine?
Well, so much could happen today.
I know. I woke up this morning and I thought, hang on, England could be England. That's what I think of Surrey. Surrey could be county champions, or they could be behind by a point going into the last round by the end of today. Oh, I say, that's a beauty.
Just on Alistair Cook's England ODI career, I think it's often forgotten that Cook's, let's have a look at the replay here. Oh, what a delivery that is. Cook's England actually got to #1 in the world 2 years before the 2015 World Cup.
Yes, I know, it's bizarre, isn't it? But then I was also reminded that before the 2010, well, it was called the World T20 in those days, wasn't it, in the West Indies, England were going to go in with Alistair Trott and Joe Denley at the top of the order, and it was only because...
It was a game against England Lions?
That's right, a game against England Lions, and Stuart Broad dropped either Lum or Keyswetter, who were opening against the full England side, dropped him on 4, and they went on to score 92 in 12 overs, some such. And so all the plans were thrown away. Much as they were actually in 2015, which didn't work when Alistair Cook was captain, wasn't he, of the one-day side going into the, well, in the lead up to the 2015 World Cup, and then he was jettisoned.
There was a particularly grim...
Folks, sorry, again, he's going to turn down that run. It's only the 3rd ball of the over. He might take one if he gets into a similar situation off the next ball.
From memory, I think there was a particularly grim 7-match ODI series in Sri Lanka.
That's
where
correct.
Everything went wrong.
Yes, it really did.
Sorry.
But no, you continue on that point, because I was going to ask you a question relating to this.
Well, I was about to ask you a question related to this as well. We're having a discussion next door. Are Northampton, will they definitely enforce the follow-on?
And that's been whacked away. It's going to be just the single. Folks was looking for the boundary off that ball, but there are two fielders, wide long leg and a deep backward square, so Roach has got to survive a couple of balls. I think they would. I mean, are you suggesting that perhaps if Northants go out there, hit a quick 60 or 70 and then say, well, have a go, that gives them a better chance of taking the wickets? I mean, that's one way to go, but I think with so many overs left in the day and with a new ball in your hand and having bowled Surrey out nearly. Now then, this has gone fine. They should get at least a couple. It's running down to the boundary. They'll get there. 4 more. Leg by signalled. Precious runs here. Surrey's deficit goes down to 172. Updated, there it goes.
It could all become academic if Surrey get the remaining 23 runs to avoid the follow-on. But, and I definitely think, I'll preface all this by saying I think the follow-on is the right way to go for Northants. But they absolutely must win, or relegation is confirmed for them today. Last week they left quite a generous total for Warwickshire to attack, and they very nearly won that game.
Roach survives a prod, a poke off the last ball of the over. So 63 gone. White has now bowled 6 overs this morning, pretty much. Sanderson 5. Now the question I was going to ask you, I can see why they're persisting with White and Sanderson. They want to get Surrey out as quickly as they can, and I think it's because they do want to enforce a follow-on. But the danger here is that if they get that wicket early, then how long a new ball burst can those bowlers bowl with? I would sort of wondered whether we're going to get a change of bowler now, I think. And I thought they might have gone to this just a little bit earlier and said, come on lads, you pick up the 10th wicket for us, and then our new ball bowlers will be a little bit fresher. The other aspect of this is time. Time is being taken out of the game. We've now had 50 minutes of play this morning. Tom Taylor comes on for the first time today into Folkes.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely that if Northants take the last wicket in the next 22 runs, that they don't enforce the follow-on. But I think the thinking there would be, I don't think they'd leave Surrey 280. It'd be something more like 220, 230.
That's right, yeah.
And it'd be the sort of target that guarantees a result.
Yes.
And that's not something I think they would do in round 2 of the championship, but given their predicament, I think it's a possibility that they see that as a way to guarantee a result.
I think it's a very valid tactic, but I put against that the fact that Surrey will be anxious and they will be in a defensive mode, which I suppose in one sense might make it harder to get them out, but we've seen actually that it's having that defensive approach has resulted in the loss of wickets. They were 79 for 6 and they crawled to 79 for 6. The only time they've actually looked like they're scoring runs was when Jamie Overton came in and joined Ben Folkes and took an aggressive approach. So it might work in Northants' favour.
Yeah, and if you think of all the Northants wickets, pretty much all of them have been defensive strokes from Surrey. They've been defensive.
Edges
behind,
behind,
a lot of edges to the cordon.
LBWs defending.
And we were talking about it just before we came on air. Northants have bowled really, really well. They've been very, very disciplined. They've stuck to their lines and the length they want to target much better than Surrey did. Surrey, I think, were a bit preoccupied with the short ball, particularly to Hassan Azad, and then later to Tom Taylor, who played an excellent cameo.
Oh, he's given him. That's the end of Folkes. It's the end of Surrey's innings. And now we will find out. I'm pretty sure that Northants are going to put Surrey straight back in with a deficit of 172, shuffling across his stumps, trying to work the ball into the onside, take the single and just give 2 balls to Roach. Well, he's been trapped in front. Taylor picks up his 2nd wicket. And, well, this is the scenario that Surrey fans feared. They're going to have to bat out, I imagine, the rest of today. There are there'll be 83 overs remaining. Not sure we'll get all of those because of the light, as I've said many times. But it's a tall order. That 172 also crucially important. If they can get past Northampton, that also takes more time out of the game. Looking at that replay again, folks have been hoping that maybe just got outside the line of the off stump, that might have saved him. But no hesitation. Umpires have been very certain in their decision making in this match. His fingers have gone up very quickly. And folks has got to go. So, what a morning for Northampton. This is a match they must win. Surrey just adding 27 runs for the loss of 4 wickets to their overnight score of 158 for 6. I'll run you through that card. Overton, the first man to go. Caught by Nair off the bowling of White. A good sharp catch in the slips. He went for 51, added just the single to his overnight total. Then Dan Worrell was elevated up the order. He's often been down at number 11. He went tickle through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps off White for a duck. Then Tom Laws was turned around. Good ball from Sanderson. Looking to work the ball into the onside. Got an edge that flew to Nair again in the slips. He went for 7, and that last wicket there, Ben Foakes, his 112 ball resistance, the longest innings of anyone in this Surrey innings. He's gone for 42, all out, 185, 25 precious extras in there, including 14 runs in no balls. A deficit of 172. We'll take a look at the bowling figures because they make very pretty reading for Northampton indeed. White and Sanderson, with 6 wickets between them at the top there, done the bulk of the bowling. 4 for 45 for White, 2 for 56 from Sanderson. Tom Taylor coming in to wrap up the innings, 2 for 39, and Proctor with 2 important wickets close together yesterday. Those are Ryan Patel and Sai Sudharsan on his debut, 2 for 34. So it's going to be agonising, it's going to be painful, and so much is at stake here because Surrey really can't see how they can win this game. But if they lose it and Essex win, they would have turned around an 18-point deficit and find themselves 1 point ahead at the top of the county championship going into the last round of matches. So much to play for. There's the match summary. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back for the start of the Surrey innings.
Welcome back, folks. As you can see on your screen, Surrey bat again. Rory Burns, Dom Sibley will be picking up the cudgels, and the umpires are striding out. Not sure there'd be too many words of pleasantries between the Surrey captain and the umpires. I think one or two decisions were met with a degree of disgruntlement. I think it's probably fair to say. Nonetheless, the bald facts are that Surrey are 172 behind here, and they've been invited, I always think that's a funny passive-aggressive word, invited to have another go. Of course, there were all kinds of theories flying around, some slightly more credible than others. I think logic has held sway for once in this mad game of ours, and Surrey know exactly what they need to do. They've got 10 wickets in the hutch. Runs will possibly come into play as well, Yas?
Definitely. Invited, by the way, is just the wrong word, because you can turn down invitations. Sorry, had no choice there. When Luke Proctor said, go again, lads.
That's a good point.
Ben Folkes couldn't say, actually, you know what? We've rightly praised the Northampton's bowling attack as a collective group. I think just a moment to just talk about Jack White. 4 for 45. He bowls a really good pace. Really good carry through to the keeper, and just looking at his overall season numbers, 44 Division 1 wickets at around about 26, strike rate of 50. Really impressive bowler. If Northampton are to go down to the second division, and a reminder that they need to win this game to retain hopes of survival, I think White's must be a good shout to be leading wicket taker in Division 2 next year. He's been really impressive, I think.
Just a bit of news coming out of Wantage Road this morning. Gareth Berg, a real stalwart for the club, has announced his retirement from professional cricket, ending a 16-year playing career. Began, of course, at Middlesex and then really blossomed at Northants. One of the good guys. We'll come back to that in due course. In the here and now, it's going to be Tom Taylor, who's given the hurry up here in the first innings, and he's going to resume here from the J and Finn stand, then round the wicket to Rory Burns.
Noticeable swing straight away. Dan picked on this just before the end of the Surrey first innings, but White and Sanderson bowled a lot this morning, and as a result the usual Northants new ball pairing looks like they won't be starting. Obviously Taylor's starting here. It'll be interesting to see who opens up from the pavilion end next over.
Better line, and a murmur of away swing against the left-hander already from that angle, so it's useful if he can stand up that seam. Yeah, just running through the bowling figures for Northants, overs wise as much as anything else. Ben Sanderson got through 25, Jack White 19, Tom Taylor just 10.4 though, and Luke Proctor just 9, so they will be the fresher. More swing. Burns equal to it.
It's a difficult day, really difficult day for Surrey, because when you're in a situation like they're in now, where the win is 99.9% off the cards, you can sort of get trapped in a bunker, and you can almost become overly defensive. And we were just talking about it at the end of the Surrey innings. Surrey's downfall in the first innings, it wasn't because they were overly attacking or anything like that. Other than Jamie Overton, they were all pretty measured. The overall run rate was under 3 and over, despite that Jamie Overton counter attack. Almost all the wickets were defensive strokes. And there's a lot of time left. There's a lot of time left today.
Indeed, they have to have a positive mindset though, and that deficit, once you get ahead, 172 they trail at the moment. Once you get ahead, every run really does become very useful. Well judged again by Rory Burns. Important knock for the Surrey skipper, Yas.
Yeah, definitely. He's had a difficult second half of the season. One for the lovers of stats out there, a low score for Burns would mean that his career first-class average would dip below 40, which must be the first time that's happened for a very, very long time.
Yeah, he's been so consistent over the years here. A guarantee of 800 to 1,000 runs pretty much every Red Bull year. And it's carried, I think. No, acknowledged by the slips fielder in third slip. But again, induces the edge. Legitimate nick, and it's just died on third slip. It's beautifully bowled again.
It's really hard to call. I think Lewis McManus behind the stumps liked it. Tom Taylor liked it. It was the slip cordon who were more reserved in celebration.
Yeah, good stuff really by the slip fielder as well, because he knew that there was some contact with the grass there. It looked like it went into the palms relatively comfortably, but yeah, a real mark of class.
I think it was Hassan Azad at third slip.
It was Azad. And if you're not sure as the fieldsman, no DRS of course. And so considering the moment, that's a real touch of sportsmanlike class, you would say, by Hassan Azad there. Wide one to get going here. It's going to be Jack White again bustling in from the members' pavilion end. He has been superb today, really. He's quite a handful. There's a lot going on in the action. He's a bustling, barrelling kind of seamer. Not especially smooth through the crease, but he has that knack of hitting the seam and holding it up, standing it up. He's got a way dip throughout this game. Well played by Dom Sibley, looking to play the inside half of the bat to cover that away swing.
White's got one of those run-ups of someone who really enjoys bowling and really enjoys his run-up. Gets really good energy through the crease, bowls a heavy ball, and you can easily see why he's been so successful this summer.
Bit wide this time. And Sibley will leave that all day long.
Be a real test for White and the other members of the Northampton bowling attack, just because when you enforce the follow-on, you don't get that break as a bowling unit, and they've already got 63 overs in their legs yesterday and this morning. As Phil said, White 19 overs already, Sanderson 25, Taylor and Proctor a bit fresher.
Another leave alone. A couple of deliveries still left in this over, and he'll be just wanting to bring that line a bit closer to Dom Sibley. His judgment is excellent outside off stump. It's the kind of scenario that Sibley will relish. Just bat time, play within yourself.
Better from White, straighter, forcing Sibley to play. Phil, do you want to hear some exact permutations which we can now do, now we know how many bonus points Surrey have?
Do I ever, Yas? One delivery left of the over. I feel like we need to just build up to this.
Could take some time as well.
Knowing you as I do, you will have been scrupulous on this one. Just very briefly, 26 for 1 Essex, Alistair Cook 13, Tom Wesley 10. So they're not quite getting going yet. Inside edge, but misses leg stump. Oohs and ahs, move on. 0 for 0, 2 gone. Right, go for it.
So, Surrey started this round 18 points clear of Essex. A reminder that the most points you can get in a round is 24. You get 16 points for a win, 5 points for a draw. You can get up to 3 bowling bonus points. You can get up to 5 batting bonus points. Essex have 6 bonus points from their game against Hampshire. Surrey have 3 from this game. If Essex win and Surrey draw, Surrey will start the final round 4 points clear of Essex. If both teams draw, Surrey will start the final round 15 points clear of Essex. If Essex win and Surrey lose, very polite of Taylor to let me keep going. If Essex win and Surrey lose, Essex will start the final round 1 point ahead of Surrey. And next week, Essex are away to Northamptonshire, who, unless they win today here, will already be relegated, while Surrey...
Foolish, left alone.
While Surrey go to Hampshire, who are in third. So that 15-point margin, which will happen if both teams draw, is an interesting one, because it means that a draw is pretty much enough for Surrey to win the title next week. Whatever Essex do, Surrey would need 4 bonus points plus the draw to guarantee the title. So that would be taking 3 wickets in 110 overs and reaching 250, which, to be fair, they didn't do here. But a reason why that particular permutation might be academic is that Hampshire aren't a side that draw many games, just 2 draws all season, the joint lowest in the country. And not a team that draw many matches. So actually, even if Surrey start 15 points clear, they still could be in a situation where they pretty much have to win and know that from early on in the game, depending on the weather, of course.
Beautifully done. That'll be runs. He doesn't miss out there, Rory Burns. Pure class off his pads.
He's obviously unorthodox. He's got his idiosyncrasies at the crease. He's looked to mid-on, but actually he's always a player I really enjoy watching in full flow. Really good time with a cricket ball. He probably hits it through mid-wicket, which I really like.
And he'll like that as well, because he stayed nicely in the shot, middled it to straight mid-wicket, suggested his balance is in relatively good order. Yeah, I absolutely agree. We've spoken about this before. He's a good player to watch when everything is in sync. Just on the almost infamous head bob, it's not nearly as pronounced as it used to be either. Well left again.
You actually do a very good impression of Rory Burns at the crease. For our viewers who are on TikTok, if you go on the Wisden Cricket TikTok, I think it's our first ever TikTok from just before the start of the pandemic. We did impressions of various batters and bowlers in the office, and Phil's of Burns is really, really good.
I feel I might not work again. It's all right. There's other ways around this thing. 4 for no loss. Tighter leave this time, but again, well judged by Rory Burns. Just 12 deliveries into his innings, but looked in relatively good order up to now. Sometimes it's just a couple of shots that click something in the brain, and then it all starts to flood back. 29 for 2, Essex. 2 down. Just seen that pop up, and it's Alistair Cook caught behind by Mo Abbas, just as he'd got rid of Adam Rossington as well in exactly the same way. And so Cook a blob and 16 in this one. Much speculation, of course, around his possible retirement or otherwise. No fairy tale there for him.
Yeah, and out to Mohamed Abbas in both innings.
I guess from Essex's point of view, whisper it, how dare you say it about the King, but 16 from 38 deliveries with just the single 4. Dan Lawrence is the more explosive player and he'll be in next, and Essex need quick runs, so perhaps it's no bad thing for them. It's impossible to keep your eyes off both of these games. It's beautifully set up. And so in those permutations, it's interesting, yeah. So I guess if we were to throw this forward and say that the most likely result here is a draw still, and the most likely result at Chelmsford is a draw, also. But with Essex having clawed back some bowling points, that does then force Surrey's hand next week. And so, as you say, the scenario is relatively clear. If the weather is good down in Southampton, and Hampshire play, as you say, they play result cricket, as indeed, of course, to Surrey. And if you do get 3.5, 4 days relatively clear weather, then Surrey need to play. They need to turn up and play next week, as of course they will want to. But it will have the effect of perhaps clearing the mind. You have to assume that if Northants can't get over the line here, they'll be in the doldrums next week against Essex.
Where it becomes really complicated in the scenario where Surrey start 15 points clear is what Surrey need to do changes quite a lot depending on how Essex bat, really. We almost take for granted that both sides will take and get their 3 bowling bonus points. It's the batting bonus points that are harder to predict. And say Essex win at Northants but don't get any batting bonus points, that's only 19 points. And Surrey in that scenario could actually lose that game if they get 5 bonus points across the game and win the title. So
playing a miss, pushed out, nothing doing though. Died a little bit through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps, but again further action for Jack White, who's just been immense throughout this cricket match.
And the one scenario that I didn't mention that could happen today is a draw here at the Keir Oval and Hampshire win at Chelmsford would mean that Surrey start the last round 20 points clear. That wouldn't be enough for them to win the title this week. But 20 points is the sort of haul that's actually quite difficult to overhaul.
Rock solid this time to see out the over, and so 1 or 2 mini alarms, but Surrey holding forth as we stand, 4 for no loss from those 4 overs. All the runs to Rory Burns. Dom Sibley yet to get off the mark from his 12 deliveries. They've shared responsibilities between them. They've just hunkered down at their respective ends, and Sibley will not mind one jot what that runs column says just now. He's the perfect option for Surrey for this kind of scenario.
He is, and Surrey aren't doing anything away from the ordinary at the moment. They're just taking on the new ball exactly how they would any other time.
Well fielded, because it was cleanly struck. It was there to hit, and Rory Burns crisply through straight mid-wicket, but tidy work. And so, begins with a dot. He's looking to bowl a full length, is Tom Taylor. Looking just to get that ball to hold its line, induce the drive or the prod from Burns.
And while I think this is absolutely fine from Surrey, I do agree with what Phil said earlier in that there becomes a point when the ball loses its shine, its hardness, does a little bit less through the air and off the pitch, when they should be really thinking about the 168 number on your screen as much as the overs remaining and time remaining in the game. I'll be pleasantly surprised if we get all 78 overs in just because of light as much as anything else. There were thunderstorms yesterday afternoon, but we went off for light at about 5:15 before the thunderstorms arrived.
I think we will see Rob Keogh at some point this afternoon, Yas. You would think that we haven't seen one delivery of spin all game, and the track hasn't been especially conducive to it this year. Nonetheless, you feel like with a few men around the bat and a defensive mindset necessarily so, he may also as well offer speed through the overs. And so if Northants are wrestling with the inevitable bad light question later on in the piece, they need to get as many of these 78 in as possible. Well left again, Rory Burns, very good.
Yeah, it's a good point. We haven't seen much spin in the county championship here, but I'm just thinking of other cricket at the Keir Oval throughout the summer. Moeen Ali got good turn towards the end of the test match here. In the one-day cup, Matt Parkinson bowled very well here for Kent. Definitely made best use of the surface. So I think there'll be something in it for the spinners. To be honest, I was surprised that we didn't see Cam Steele. Obviously very different with Northants and their use of Rob Keir at the moment because of how well their seamers were going. It's a very good leave.
It is exactly that. He's trusting that Taylor's going to continue to get that movement against the angle.
It's exactly that. Even though there are leads where the ball is close to the stumps, it's the angle there from Taylor where the ball is honing in on Burns' stump. And actually, from that angle, it requires quite a lot of movement to avoid the stumps as they did there. Burns obviously reading that movement early.
So a dot to finish. We move on. So Dan Lawrence has joined the fray. Hit a boundary off his first delivery, 42 for 2, Essex. Tom Wesley is there as well. Broke 1,000 runs for the year, did the Essex captain earlier on in the piece. He's had a good year. Dan Lawrence will be, you imagine, fully focused on the here and now, but it's a funny old subplot, isn't it? Have I mentioned that he's heading to the Keir Oval next year?
No, it's absolutely fascinating, playing a totally pivotal hand in the title race for Essex when the other title contenders are going to be the club that you're going to be at next summer.
Squares him up a wee bit again, but Sibley holds his shape nicely and drops it into the offside. Still on naught. He won't mind one iota.
I know you were adamant that the follow-on was the right way to go. I guess the drawback with the immediate follow-on is that White had already bowled a lot of overs this morning and there was no rest at all. I think he's into his 9th over of the morning session with a good 40 minutes to go, 50 minutes even.
Yeah, and it can become quite a luckless jaunt if you're not careful. But they had to gamble, Northants. It was their only real legitimate way of getting to this point where they can force a win, I thought. And I think perhaps the tactic will be to alternate with him and Sanderson through the afternoon. It's worth pointing out, Taylor and Proctor have been very useful support acts for them as well. They've shared the wickets around, 2 apiece for Taylor and Proctor, 2 for Sanderson, 4 for Jack White, but they have hunted as a pack here, and you would say that Taylor's looked the business as well, just in this early stage, especially, well, he's only bowled to Rory Burns, but he's challenging that outside edge at least. Burns been good for it up until now, shown excellent judgment. And the sun bursts through here. Surrey won't mind that at all. Conditions were perfect for seam bowling yesterday. Clouds a bit higher today.
You can actually see some blue up in the sky.
Yeah, just a day or so too late, isn't it? It's a great shame, really, because this game would have been potentially a classic if it had played out properly.
Still could be.
For sure.
Really still could be.
For sure. Too high. Some were saying that the ball that got Sibley was too high in the first innings as well. Hit on the knee roll. We had an animated chat about that last night in the Wisden offices, did Yazine and I. It's all good fun, folks. So, one delivery to come for Kirtley Jack. Not gone for a run yet. Sibley trying to beat the man at mid-on, but doesn't get too much of it. And so stays on naught. 4 for no loss from 6. Yas Rana departs the box for a time. Cameron Ponsonby, who's on good form this morning, I thought, comes in to join us. Moving his branded carbonated sugar pop on the floor so as not to offend the producer.
Yeah, I've really...
Have you turned your phone off today, Cam? Are you on silent?
That right now. I think it's a mistake that everyone makes once, I'll say. What's it? Well, that's the excuse I'll give myself. If you were wondering about who was calling me, it was very exciting. I've been added to a payroll at a company. It's very important stuff.
That's huge.
It's thrilling. And
so it's going to be Taylor again, round the wicket again to Burns, and well left again. Left it on the angle, left it on the gamble that he's going to continue to arc that ball away from the left-hander. It's classic, dare I say, cliche alert, cat and mouse stuff here between the two. Burns has not nibbled at all outside off stump yet, and indeed doesn't really need to. He will just wait for that ball to come to him and then clip it away, as he tends to do off those pads. Looking in good order up until now.
It's getting a beautiful shape to the left-hander. Taylor, I thought it was a fantastically brave or well-judged, or both leave from the ball before. But I've been treating myself for my 40 minutes off. I'm not an often. Don't drink many fizzy pops in my time. But I thought, you know what? Treat yourself, Cam. It's the last home day of the 2023 County Championship season.
Just got to ride those waves sometimes, Cam, haven't you?
Had a sausage roll as well.
Whoa.
It was really good.
Those days are gone for me, unfortunately. Bullish, punch down the ground, but not got too much of it. But again, trying to play the inside half of the bat, which is a good policy, you feel, against the away swinger. It's a little bit of news from the ECB. Sue Redfern, legendary female umps, is going to become the first female umpire to stand in a men's first-class match in England next week. She's been appointed to stand in the game between Derby and Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. Foolish, and played with real conviction as well. He's in good order up until now. Yeah, significant advancement yet again for the game. Redfern, of course, you can imagine, absolutely thrilled with the news. She said she's worked hard to earn this opportunity, looking forward to taking the next step in her umpiring career. Been an ambition of hers, she said, for a long time, and while it's a new challenge, she knows that she's ready for it.
I thought reading her quotes, I thought her quotes were kind of pitch perfect. She kind of both kind of reaffirms her own hard work and kind of deserves a pat on your own back to say, like, I know I'm ready for this, I know I've worked hard, I know I deserve this, and then adding at the end, I know I also am aware of the kind of wider implications. And I hope that my journey can also be an inspiration to others. And
yeah, she said when she began, she was balancing all kinds of work commitments with her amateur umpiring, and it's now a career that she can fully throw herself at as a legitimate professional career. Great news for her. Foolish again, hint of a way duck, but Burns playing it quietly into the offside with real conviction. Might not show on the scorecard, but he's looked good here for his across his 24 deliveries. An important knock for him. It's been a fallow year by his otherwise excellent standards. He's just registered the 1 half century in Surrey colours across the 2 formats. Of course, he plays 50 overs as well for the club. Just since the start of July, just that single 50, 79 he made in the first innings at Lord's in mid-July against Middlesex, but it's been hard yakka since, and so it's an important innings for himself as well as his team here.
I'll be interested to know how quickly Northamptonshire are able to go back to Ben Sanderson. I know he'll be very tired, but I still like him to bowl whilst the ball is new. You've got to maximise your wicket-taking opportunities at the start of this innings.
Yeah, 7 overs in. And here he is, bang on cue. from the pavilion end. And he's done most of his work from that end across the course of the game.
Oh my goodness me, just seeing that on the replay. He's absolutely leapt inwards towards Dom Sibley. He's got such vicious movement off the seam.
Oh, and he's put him down. Legitimate edge. Hassan Azad at third. Reacted perhaps a nanosecond too slowly there. Managed to get something on it. But the left mitt was not enough and flies away for 4. We felt like something was about to give here, Cameron. And it did, but not in Northants' favour. They are cranky. Look at that slip cordon. Heads down. Sense of resignation there.
It was a very tentative dive to his left from Hassan Azad, and Emilio Gay to his left was equally angry.
And just to add further insult to injury for poor Ben Sanderson, who's been luckless throughout this game. Have a look at here again. Beautifully bowled. Late swing. Got to keep positive here. If I were Ben Sanderson, I'd be demanding a 4th slip, because that is the angle. He gets it going late. It's been the story throughout the game. Better this time by the Surrey opener, moving into the shot nicely and dead batting it into the covers.
I don't know if we'll be able to see a replay of that edge again, but Azad went kind of slowly and tentatively to his left, almost as if his impression was it was Emilio Gay's catch, but Emilio Gay didn't move anywhere. He didn't drop down to his right in any way, shape or form, and when the ball burst through, Gay then showed his frustration. And whether that may have been a case of thinking, actually I could have got down and sunk down to my right hand and tried to take that as well.
Pushing in hard now is Ben Sanderson. He's having to dig deep. He looked a bit laboured, I thought, in his spell this morning from our end as we look at it. A bit more pep in his step this time round. Here is that edge again, and it's flown. But you have to be nimble in the grabbers. They are standing quite close because you've seen quite a few die from this end as well. Got to take these.
My instinct reaction there is 8th over comes to an end. 8 for none, just the 2 scoring shots. Well, one's look, obviously Sibley's was a scoring shot, but he's nicked it through the slips. It doesn't count. But Emilio Gates had to withdraw his right leg to get out of the way of a diving Hassan Azad. My instinct reaction is if you have to dive out of the way of your mate who's trying to take the catch, there's a fair assessment that you might have been able to get there as well. Who knows? Who am I to judge? Daniel Norcross.
You're Cameron Ponsonby, and never forget it. Right. Well, I mean, some might say, some heretics might say this is dull. It is far from it. We have had 48 balls in this innings and 2 scoring shots, but my word, it is thrilling. Surrey clinging on, have not lost a wicket in the half an hour of this innings.
I think we have another 45 minutes, or this period up until lunch where it's thrilling. There's tension.
Yes.
There's dry. 26 minutes according to my clock, actually. So.
It's just ticked over. Yeah.
But I do have a very deep-rooted fear that we may be 40 overs into this match, into this innings, and Surrey are 40 for none, and Sibley are.
Why is that fearful? What are you fearful about there?
It's just time, isn't it?
It's time.
But then
exactly.
it will stop. The ball will stop moving around so much. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll swing for longer because it would have been damaged.
Well, it's hardly hit a bat, really, has it? It's just kissing off the surface into the soft gloves of the keeper. Now, you're sat there with the numbers.
Yes.
My truth Jeeves for the day. How many overs has Jack White bowled this morning? Did he not bowl unchanged in Surrey's first innings?
I don't know how I'm meant to work that out, Daniel.
Well, you can find out the overnight score and how many overs were bowled.
Well, so it was 52.2 overs bowled when we resumed this morning.
And how many overs did Surrey get bowled out for in the end?
63.4, so we had 11.2 overs this morning.
Of which White bowled the first 4 balls from the far end, and then the next 5 overs after that, and then a further 3, so he's bowled about 8, nearly 9 overs this morning.
And Sanderson would have bowled the 5 or the 6 at the other end.
Well, he came off.
5, he came off because
Taylor came on to take the last wicket. Thoughts of a run dispelled. Plops out into the onside.
It's been kind of stick cricket at the moment in terms of Burns and Sibley are yet to swap ends. They've both taken one end. I'll have this one, you have that one. 6 each. And I'll chat to you in 2.5 minutes.
That's about right, isn't it? I mean, that is the one problem with this approach, is that it does allow Northampton to get through those overs. They'll get more balls to bowl, so they won't be connecting it from the boundary. A single. The batters have changed ends. Dom Sibley will now, I presume, mark out his guard for the first time. We're keeping our eye on events at Chelmsford. We've got our very own correspondent down there, we're hoping to hear from during the lunch break. Alistair Cook has played his last innings, we believe, at Chelmsford. Caught behind of Mohammed Abbas for 16. But Dan Lawrence, who will be here at the Keir Oval next year, has thrashed a 20-ball 27, which is exactly what Essex need. They lead by 183 runs. They'll keep thrashing until lunch, and probably a little bit beyond, I would think. But they'll have issues with bad light as well. Hampshire, I was told today by Mark Church, said they'll chase anything. Which is not great news for Surrey fans. Not great news. I mean, it does remind me, though, somewhat of the last day of the county championship, end of the over, 9 without loss after 9, in 2016, when we were waiting to see if the game was ever going to spring to life between Middlesex and Yorkshire, and then eventually Yorkshire, suddenly things changed. Suddenly you saw coaches appearing at deep square leg just beyond the boundary, and the bowling changed, and the thrash was on. And I thought, when Middlesex had set Yorkshire 240 in 40, I thought that was rather generous myself. It turned out the pitch was a little awkward, and Yorkshire went for it, but a slightly different situation there, because it was a kind of winner takes all scenario, yes, wasn't it? Whereas, of course, if Hampshire win, they still have no chance of winning the county championship. They're too far behind Surrey for that to be of any concern. But I suppose they also don't really mind whether Essex win the championship or Surrey win the championship. So
they should play for the love of the game.
Play for the love of the game, which is something you associate so much with professional cricket. It's nothing but love.
I always find it interesting. Hey, what does that mean? Oh, we'll chase anything. Will you? And also, it kind of reveals your hand. Don't you want to?
It does a bit.
Don't you want to kind of keep?
I will set you 320.
Yeah.
Yes.
We will go for that. We'll keep swinging.
Well, I did always think that was slightly the flaw in Ben Stokes' approach. I say the flaw. Who am I to say, since Ben Stokes' approach has been absolutely brilliant. But if you tell your opponent that you're not interested in draws, then you do rather incentivise them just to take time out of the game.
Absolutely.
But, you know,
it has been fun.
It has been, and it's been very effective. So I've had to eat humble pie on many, many occasions over the course of the last 16 months, and I've decided not to bother anymore and just go with the flow. Now another run. Rare commodities come back for a second, but he's home safely as Burns picks up another couple, just chips away at that deficit, now down to 161.
Were you a non-believer?
Well, it wasn't so much being a non-believer, it's that one's role in the media, as I dare say you are finding out, is to critique and applaud. And so when in the very first test match under Bazball, Stokes came hurtling down the wicket to Carl Jameson when England were in something of a spot of bother, one's eyebrow does get raised. And in fairness, it gets raised because such tactics had never, to my mind, been tried before. And so one is constantly reminded by players who have played at the highest level that they know best. And it turns out that they hadn't known best after all for the previous 150 years. So I was then a little bit torn, sort of betwixt and between, really. So then you sort of, especially when they get out doing that, you think, might that have been somewhat rash? But what you're also discovering is, with Bazball, is that the wisdom of an action shouldn't be judged by its outcome. And that is something that sports enthusiasts do a little too much. And indeed England selectors used to do rather a lot. They used to look at the outcome of a decision rather than the intent behind the decision. And one of the great revolutions in English cricket occurred after 2015, that World Cup, when players got out playing what had previously looked like very rash shots, but were being supported in their endeavour because they were going in the right direction. Their intent was correct, and all that's happened is it's been applied now to Test cricket. And I suppose the end of the 10th over, Surrey 11 without loss, that we've applied slightly different standards to how we assess and judge the wisdom or probity of an action in Test cricket. And perhaps that problem lies not just with the pundit, but with the people who've been playing it for decades and seeing a new approach. You know, anybody who watches a lot of sport knows that if you can instigate chaos, I'm thinking, for example, you know, a kick in rugby that finds a little bit of space that didn't think was there and get a weird bounce, someone smashing the balls up in snooker but managing to play a shot to nothing so they get snuck in on the baulk line. That little bit of chaos in football, you know, dragging players in one direction opens up space somewhere else, suddenly all those formations disappear. And really a lot of England's approach in Test cricket has been to apply that approach to Test cricket, to create a bit of chaos, put your opponent on the back foot. And it worked amazingly, didn't it? Because Australia began the Test series with a man at deep point, which you don't normally see. Now then, we've got 17 minutes to go until the lunch break. There's a certain degree of calm is beginning to spread across the Kia Oval, but there is anxiety also. It was around this time in Surrey's first innings, just before lunch, quite nicely placed on 42 for 1, when a bit of chaos, a couple of quick wickets. From that point, Surrey really never recovered a position of ascendancy in the game, as indeed did Tom Taylor. If I look back on this game, 170 odd for 7. Karan Nair was batting pretty well. He'd been dropped on 11, but he was going pretty slowly. Suddenly Taylor came in, totally different approach, went to the run a ball, instigated chaos.
Him and Overton, Jamie Overton, played almost carbon copy innings, playing similar roles to their teams. So Taylor had a man on 100, he finished on 150 at the other end.
I wonder if we can get a little look at this field on the leg side, because we've got a field that's often set for Dom Sibley. He likes to access the leg side, and we've got 2 mid-wickets, one obviously finer than the other. They couldn't be inhabiting the exact same space. And it's for that shot that Sibley plays. He turns his wrists and dinks the ball into the onside. There you see them both. attacking, catching positions together with the 3 slips. You'd say there are 5 catchers out there. Sibley still with just the 1 scoring shot so far in this session.
It's a mighty fine field, and that, as you mentioned there, it's 2 more catches. It allows Northamptonshire to both bowl very straight, but also they're challenging both edges of the bat. Basically, you're trying to have as many dismissals in play at once. So by bowling at kind of middle and off stump, the movement of the seam means those 3 slips are in play, but by veering straighter, it also brings in those 2 catching mid wickets, as well as obviously bowled and LBW.
2 wide. He's not going to get Sibley to play at that. So Taylor's bowled 6 overs. He started with the new ball because Sanderson and White had bowled a fair few overs this morning. It took Northampton roughly 56 minutes to bowl Surrey out, but the bowlers they used for that were Sanderson and White. So when Surrey came out to bat a second time, Taylor was given the new ball. He's been tidy, not too threatening, and 11 overs have ticked away. Surrey still yet to lose a wicket.
It's a field that's followed Sibley around for the entirety of his career. I actually remember being here as a fan when he made his 242 as a kind of infant child, basically. And there, Yorkshire set kind of 3 mid wickets and 3, almost umbrella field in front of the wicket. But to go back to talking about kind of England instigating chaos, I always found it quite funny. I almost found England to be play cricket in the way your friends who don't like cricket say it should be played. They go, well, why don't you just try and hit every ball for 6? You're like, well, no, you can't do that. That's not how it works, actually. And then they did it, and you kind of like, well, why can't you actually? Maybe that is the correct option.
Well, I mean, yes, I think that's a bit of an oversimplification, but yes, I think by being attacking, they gave themselves less attacking fields, and that meant that. And I think my favourite statistic of this summer is that in the first innings, England's first innings here at the Oval, in the last Test match of the summer, it's our first day of the match, Crawley and Duckett, at one point, I think it was between sort of 4.4 overs and 7 overs into the innings, went 14 balls without conceding a dot. And I suppose you might say, is that really remarkable? Well, I'll tell you how remarkable it is, listeners. In the entire history of Test cricket, only 2 overs have gone dotless in the first 10 overs of a Test match. One of them was a 4-ball over in the 1880s, and another was bowled by Andrew Flintoff for the ICC Rest of the World 11 to Hayden and Ponting. And that is just 1 over in the first 10 overs of a Test match. England, well, there were 2 consecutive overs, 14 consecutive balls. Now, they weren't smashing those 14 consecutive balls for 4 or 6 by any question. They were aggressive at the start. Australia put their field back, and Duckett and Crawley. Duckett famously does not play at a ball. Yeah. So he plays at a ball, and he hit the ball, and there was always space for him to take a run. And it's slightly astounding that it had only ever happened in 2 completed overs in the first 10 overs in the history of Test cricket. But it's even more astounding that they doubled the tally back to back in 1 game.
I always think when you say it's an oversimplification of, they're just whacking it, and obviously that's me kind of being facetious to an extent.
Another over survived. The run rate goes down below 1, but I don't think Surrey fans or the Surrey dressing room will be too concerned about the run rate at the moment. They're looking at that wickets column 11 without loss, 11 minutes to go till lunch.
But one of the places I'm potentially sceptical, not sceptical, but where I have a slight disagreement with the way it's presented as opposed to the actual approach, is people say, well, Bazball allows you to be whichever player you wish to be. It encourages you to play your natural game. And actually, let me see, we're going to have a look at spin for the first time in the match. Rob Keogh comes on. the Vauxhall end. Bit of off spin. Whereas actually, you can play your own natural way in this England team if you strike it around 85 and can clear the boundaries. Then you can really play your natural game. You can be as natural as you wish. But actually, to a certain extent, you could argue there's almost as narrower confines of the way you need to be able to play to be in this England team than ever before. You have to be able to subscribe and perform. It is how as much as how many, as it were.
Yes, I guess there is a large element of truth in that. Now then, interestingly, square leg umpires move to point.
Goodness me.
There's a short leg in place. It's rather getting in the way. Doesn't mean the sun will be shining in his eyes a little. And Sibley will pick up a couple of runs here. Second scoring shot from 32 balls.
Both edged through slip cordons of sorts.
Still there. That's what matters to Surrey fans. He's still there. Batted well in the first innings. They've given out LBW. Big stride in. Umpire judged that he's going on to hit the stumps. And there's that short mid-wicket. Precise, that little flick, little bit of bottom hand, turning the bat.
There's a wonderful yelp of despair and hope for one of the Northamptonshire's fielders. It was optimism at its finest.
Northants desperate for the win here. If they don't get it, they will be relegated. And they've played really very well in this match. Oh, I say, now was that a chance to short leg? Need to see the replay on that. Hands go to heads. How close was that? It's a perfect angle we've got here. I think just bouncing, just in front. As Sibley defends the next ball. Was close. 13 without loss. 13 overs gone. 70 remain in the day. That's a tall order. I suppose with the spinner on, might speed things up. 8 minutes to go till lunch. Let's take a look at this again. It's very close to short leg. Oh, gets a hand to it on the half volley.
I think something which Keogh will be taking a lot of confidence from that over is that he's challenged Dom Sibley on his outside and his inside edge. The first ball of the over, it was an outside edge, but born of a lack of spin as opposed to anything. You can kind of go, well, that's actually not the best sign for Northamptonshire if actually the off spin of Keogh is going to challenge the right-hander's outside edge, but he's also then been threatening on the inside edge as well, bringing in that short leg. As we see another bowling change.
Well, skipper brings himself on, picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. And the other great thing for Proctor here is that if Keogh is able to be threatening, it just allows him to rotate his seamers a little more, because they've had a fair few miles in their legs this morning, Sanderson and White especially. So
3 of Surrey's top 4 are left-handed as well, so that'll bring in Keogh even more.
Certainly will. Testing times. 7.5 minutes to go until lunch. Ticking off the minutes. So much time is spent by sports fans ticking off the minutes. I remember being at the FA Cup final at Wembley between Wimbledon and Liverpool. A Wimbledon fan, my local team.
Is this the Crazy Gang victory?
The Crazy Gang beat the Culture Club. Another run here for Burns. He might get back for a second. He will do comfortably. Ticking over here. 15 without loss. And Wimbledon scored that headed goal. Eric Young, boom, 1-0, 30 minutes. All I wanted to happen now was for the game to end. I had no interest in the spectacle at all. The remaining 60 minutes plus injury time. And it's a very strange thing, isn't it? You pay your money, you're enthused, you're excited by the spectacle in the game. Side gets ahead, you just want it over. Here, this won't be the case for Northants fans. They want every last minute they can play with here. Surrey fans, they'd be going, oh, flash flood would be good here, wouldn't it? Maybe one at Chelmsford as well.
surprised if you're having as much nausea kind of coursing through as you were back at Wembley. That's a fantastic sporting event to have been to.
It was incredible, yeah, the old Wembley, right at the top.
Do you have any other historic non-cricketing sporting events you've been present for? Or cricketing in the
Well, I did all of that
past.
FA Cup run, so...
that's wonderful.
Yeah, saw them beat Luton, Watford, White Hart Lane, the semi-final. Mansfield, 4-1.
You played Luton, Watford and Tottenham.
Hey, hang on. I don't think we played Tottenham. We played at White Hart Lane.
Okay, I was going to say, it's a very North London specific cup run.
Yeah, played Watford, and I think we did play Luton, and played Mansfield.
They're not in North London.
No, not in North London. No, that was a bit of a slap. Any time I've ever been to Mansfield.
What happy memories you have?
Well, I do. As I'm sure many people do who've been to Mansfield.
As a cricket spectator, rather than professional, did you get to any historic matches?
Won the 1976 Oval Test match here. Michael Holding taking 14 wickets.
Wonderful.
Dennis Amos a double 100. Viv Richards 291. Michael Holding bowling from the boundary's edge. When the Oval was enormous in those days, before the ground had been cut into by these splendid stands we now have. The spectacle of it was extraordinary.
To explain that to me, when people say, like, they refer to wicket-keepers being 5 yards in off the boundary, or Michael Holding bowling from the boundary's edge, is that an apocryphal tale, or was he wasn't bowling in from the boundary?
He did, yeah. Yeah, he did. Not every ball, but it was the spectacle, really, as much as anything else. The West Indies were on top. They were 2-0 up, final match. And the terrace here, away to our right, the Archbishop Tennyson's side, was absolutely crammed with West Indies fans. Clanking tins, that was the way it used to be. Get 2 tins and clank them together. And because the West Indies had been so ferocious throughout the summer, you'll remember. You won't. You'd have read about it. You'd have read about it.
Correct.
About Brian Close in his 40s turning his back on a series of shortish balls from Michael Holding, about which Michael is still a little bit annoyed to this day. You know, he could have just played it with his bat. You know, it wasn't hitting his head; it was hitting his sort of ribs and sternum, that sort of thing. But so I suppose the spectacle was of this all-conquering West Indies pace attack, and Michael just added to it. Talked to him about it in the bubble when we were in Old Trafford in 2020. Because it's quite exhausting running in every time from the longest playing area in the country, and very nearly the world. It was sort of up there with the MCG and Grace Road, of course.
I always wonder when people are kind of associated with it, with such kind of iconic events, whether it's their most or least favourite topic of conversation. I can see a world where people go, oh, I don't want to talk about this again. But also when you get I was about to say, when you get in off the long run, which I didn't mean that to be no pun intended, could also be the greatest memories you have, and you'd love to regale them to everyone who's willing to listen.
Well, the Wimbledon memory is marvellous for me because I was at university at the time, and I very rashly bet roughly 25 people 1 pint each over the course of the previous week that Wimbledon would win the FA Cup, and then sort of sobered up and thought, what have I done? I can't afford to buy 25 free pints for people. And then they won, and I'd completely forgotten about the bet, and then walked back into the college bar the following day. It's been the Sunday, I suppose. And still bathing in the glow of this ridiculous achievement, because I've been watching Wimbledon since they were first arrived in the Football League from Division 4, only 11 years previously. Never having imagined that they could win the FA Cup. The FA Cup then was an enormous event, because there wasn't a great deal of live football on the television. English teams were banned from Europe, so in terms of what you could win, it was the League Cup, the League and the FA Cup. So to win the FA Cup against Liverpool, absolutely ridiculous. Walked back into the bar, still completely filled with this warm glow. And then the first person came up to me and said, "OK, then here's your pint." Oh, yes. Let's just say got through those 25 pints in about 3 days.
Well, 48 hours. What a 96 hours you had.
Brilliant. Yes. Eternally grateful to Dave Besant, Eric Young, Dennis Wise, Vinnie Jones, John Fashanu et al. Clive Goodyear was our balding centre-back. Oh, now a shot of aggression from Rory Burns, and he's got away with it. That could have gone anywhere, and this will be the last over before lunch. That's the penultimate ball before lunch, and he got out, and it would have been the last ball before lunch, and that wouldn't have been a great way to go. He's got to reset here.
I think it was an excellent piece of thinking from Proctor, just to change something.
Well, that's too wide, left alone, through to the keeper. So what a dramatic morning session we've had. Surrey starting it 158 for 6 with genuine hopes they could get up beyond the follow-on target, maybe even grab a bonus point. The way Jamie Overton and Ben Folkes were batting yesterday, well, not a bit of it. They lost those last 4 wickets in double quick time, adding just another 27 runs. They were bowled out around about 25 past 11, 55 minutes into the session, were then sent out to bat again. It's all been a little bit calmer since then. 16 overs have passed, not a wicket has fallen. Only 15 runs have been scored though, so Surrey would have liked to have had a few more on the board, because who knows where this day will go. But getting past Northampton's total, that will demand it takes some time out of the game. That'll be a change between innings. It'll just be a little bit of insurance, but the way they're going, that's not what's on their mind. Survival is on their mind, and Burns and Sibley have survived those 16 testing overs with the new ball. And Surrey 157 runs behind with 2 sessions to go. Lunch will go on till 10 past 1. We think, looking at yesterday and when the light falls, probably be about another 4 hours, 20 minutes beyond that, which would be 4 hours when you take out the tea break. So Surrey have that to survive. There is the match summary. You can see there, Surrey bowled out for 185. The last man to go, folks, LBW for 42. Stout resistance from him. Overton added just 1 to his overnight 50. A couple of edges, a very sharp catch by Karen Nair to get rid of Overton started the collapse. And that is why Surrey find themselves backs to the wall, trying to grind out this draw that means that they will at least be in control of their destiny going into the last round of county championship matches. Surrey, of course, visit the Aegeus Bowl. Essex play Northants. Northants need those 10 wickets if they're going to survive in Division 1. And apropos of that, Middlesex 181 for 3. They're putting up very good resistance against Warwickshire. They're now just 13 runs behind. Northants desperate for Warwickshire to win there. Kent 110 for 5 in response to Somerset's 404 for 4. You'd think that game is heading to a draw because Somerset will need 15 wickets in 2 sessions, but it could happen, and that's what Northants are hoping for. Either way, they have got to win this match. Cameron, it's been a sort of scrappy performance by Surrey in this match. A couple of very costly drops in the field. We've mentioned them before, but Tom Taylor dropped very early on in his innings by Cameron Steele, and Karen Nair, before making 150, dropped on 11 by Jamie Overton. It was a sharp chance off Worrell at second slip, but he's got great hands. You'd expect him to take them. Had those catches been taken, well, we might be looking here at a run chase, a last day thrill with either side able to win. Instead, there's only one side that can win this match now. That's Northants, and Surrey clinging on, looking for those 5 extra points to go with the 3 they got from bowling, and hoping that Essex don't pull off the victory. If they do, Essex will pick up 22 points. Surrey will have picked up 8, so they will have made 14 more points than Surrey in this round. Surrey will therefore just have a lead of 4 points. if they manage to win, if they manage to draw the game.
Yes.
If they lose a game and Essex win, Essex will go into the last round with a 1-point lead. It's not that complicated now, Cam. You can do this.
It wasn't complicated,
you can do this.
Daniel, but the last time we were on commentary together, we started doing darts checkouts, and I was something I'm very competent at in my normal day-to-day life.
149.
No, we're not doing this again. Treble 19, something else, double 12, whatever. Perfect. Is that
treble
right?
19, treble 20, double 16, yeah.
It's close. I've got the treble 19, right?
Not bad.
But whenever I'm talking with you on this stream, we start doing mental maths, and I find out under pressure I'm an awful performer. As it were.
Sorry.
It's tough. It's fine. But in regards to this game here, I mean, Surrey, there is always the chance for collapses happen quickly by their nature. So Northampton will be holding on with hope for however long. The game really doesn't end for them in the next 2 hours.
If we think there's 4 hours more playing time, then that minimum remaining overs of 67, they might get around there, especially if they're bowling spin and if Surrey don't get their foot on the gas at any point. So look at that number and just think to yourself, that's pretty much what Surrey will have to endure here. And bowling out the side in 67 overs is far from unfeasible. Surrey were bowled out themselves in 62.
It's not unfeasible. However, what Surrey really needs to do, and what Burns and Sibley have succeeded in doing, even though they haven't made a dent in however many runs they trail by, is they've taken A, time out of the game, but B, they've almost all the way through seeing off that new ball. And of course, everyone knows that first start, when the ball is at its newest, that's when there's the risk is at its highest, that a flurry of wickets could fall, and they've kind of got past that point. I think it'll be really interesting. What we saw there, Keogh bowled 2 overs at the end, but he bowled both of them exclusively to the right-handed Sibley. I think they would love to somehow contrive a way to almost have...
Well, he's going to bowl at Burns at some point.
He will bowl at Burns at some point. But
there's Ryan Patel, Sai Sudharsan.
Sibley and Burns have almost exclusively batted from one end at the moment, and so they've just been at the wrong end for the Northants bowlers at the end of that session. But it'll be of great interest to see how much they'll stick with Keogh, A, with the left-handers, and B, for that number you point to on the screen, minimum remaining overs today, 67. You could end up playing a vital part.
Right, it's been scary. It's going to continue to be scary. It's time I had my chili con carne.
It's calm. You'll be okay.
I'm not calm, and I'm far from okay. But thank you for trying. We are going to take a break for lunch. When we come back, we're going to come back a little bit early. Lunch. The play resumes, I should say, after lunch at 1:10, but we could probably be back around about 1:05 because we are getting a report, an exclusive report from Andrew Miller of ESPN Cricinfo, who is at Chelmsford. He will be telling us what's been happening there. We will obviously let you know what the score is now, so that you're prepared for the terrors of the afternoon. Hampshire were all out in the end for 334, conceding a first innings deficit of 113. Essex 112 for 3 in their second innings, so a lead of 235. They will be looking to declare shortly because they've got to get 10 wickets, or at least that'll be what their goal is. They want 10 wickets. Northants want 10 wickets. Surrey fans will be desperately hoping that Northants can be thwarted, and Essex also in turn. We'll be back about 1:05. Until then, from Cameron Ponsonby and myself, Daniel Norcross, it is a short goodbye.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. Surrey are 15 for naught after 16 overs, following on after Northampton finished off the Surrey first innings this morning. Before we start our coverage of the second session here on day 4, we're going to head to Chelmsford, where UK editor of ESPN Cricinfo, Andrew Miller, will be giving us an update of what's going on there.
Well, there's all manner of jeopardy going on here at Chelmsford this morning. Essex were playing the highlights of Surrey's collapse on the big screen, which rather gave indication of the sort of excitement that we could be in store for this afternoon. So far, they're doing the needful to build a lead and put Hampshire under pressure this afternoon, but they need a little bit more yet. They lead by 2-2-5 at lunch, with Tom Wesley falling right on the brink of lunch for 45 after an excellent 83 runs down, with Dan Lawrence, who seems extra incentivised to put on a good show for Chelmsford. Can't imagine why, but he's been playing some outstandingly wristy shots for his 47 from 40. There was a fairly poignant moment in the day when Alistair Cook came out for what would appear to be his final innings at Chelmsford. It's not really his jam going for quick runs. He eventually under-edged a pull off Mohammed Abbas for 16 and trooped off to the pavilion. Essex rather denied that he is packing it in at the end of the season. They put out a statement yesterday saying that he's going to review it at the end of the year, but he didn't really give much away as he was leaving the pitch. But clearly by then it was obvious that Essex were going for it. Adam Rossington had rushed off the pitch after stumping Tom Prest to go and pad up, but he didn't get much of a go either. Got out for a 3-ball duck. So it's really up to the middle order now to just put the metal down, and we would imagine they'll probably bat on for another half hour after lunch, maybe get up past 250 lead, and leave a decently sized dangled carrot for Hampshire to come after. Obviously, Simon Harmer got 6 wickets in the first innings. It's a lovely day for spin. I'm sure he'll be back in business this afternoon. Essex are just hoping that Surrey can start collapsing.
Thank you, Andrew Miller, for that update from Chelmsford. The players are on the boundary rope, just about ready to get the second session underway. A reminder that Surrey started this round 18 points clear of Essex at the top of the table. Essex, of course, secured 6 bonus points, 3 batting bonus points, 3 bowling bonus points. And we ran through the permutations earlier. We'll do so again in due course, I'm sure. There's Phil Walker joins me for the start of the second session. Burns 9 off 53, Sibley 6 off 43. 67 overs remain in the day if the light holds. Sorry, still 157 runs away from making Northampton bat again. Phil, of the two numbers, it looks like Sorry are making more inroads in the overs remaining than they are in runs trailing.
Yeah, they didn't show a massive amount of interest in the runs column before lunch, entirely understandable. It may yet become a factor towards the end of the afternoon into the early evening gloaming. Be interesting to see how much play we do get past 5 o'clock, because we've come off early most days here as the light meters have brought the bad news and the artificial lights have begun to take over. We could yet find ourselves in a similar scenario later on, but there's plenty more cricket to be played before then. 67 overs still on the card to be bowled, and while it felt perhaps a tiny bit flat for Northants after such a great effort to enforce that follower in the first place, it felt like a bit of a slog, but it can sometimes be like that when you're going again. Nonetheless, this is a pitch where, as we've seen, things can happen quickly. There is definite life yet in this pitch and in this match. It's going to be Tom Taylor, I think. Yeah, Tom Taylor to carry on from this end as we look at it, the JM Finn stand end. He was useful in the morning session. And runs immediately this time for Dom Sibley, just angled into the pads, and he'll always pick up runs through the onside. Come back for 3. Tidy running.
Already a change in tact from Northants, starting with 2 men catching in front of square on the leg side to Sibley. Still 3 slips in place. And a reminder that this is not just a huge couple of sessions for Surrey, it's a huge couple of sessions for Northants, who have to win to retain hopes of Division 1 survival.
Yeah, thanks to Andrew Miller as well for that update from Chelmsford in the lunch break. Intriguingly poised down there as well. Various carrots getting dangled of differing sizes according to Dusty Miller, and you feel like that game is, as it stands, more alive than this one, but this could yet catch fire at any point. The first hour here will go a long way to determining just how stressful and tense this game is going to end up for Surrey fans. On the pads again, overcompensating to the left-hander by Tom Taylor, and so 4 runs immediately from the first 2 deliveries.
Miller touched on it in his little message, his little update, that potentially that was Alistair Cook's final innings at Chelmsford. Obviously yesterday there was reports that will be his final home game, and then Essex released a statement saying that Cook will be considering his future at the end of the year, but no decisions have yet been made. There was a very, very interesting interview with Cook on Test Match Special during the 5th Test match, where he was talking about what went through his mind in the year that led to his Test retirement. And it's quite interesting that he said that one of the main things for him was he didn't want to impact the team at all. So he made his decision during that 2018 summer well before he announced it, and he only announced it when he did because the series had already gone. England were 3-1 up, and he thought, well, this is going to have no impact on his side or the series. So following through with that thought, if that's how he's seen it before, it suggests that he is not going to himself announce it when Essex are in the midst of such a crucial title race.
Yeah, picks up a duck, and just as Yas says, just that lowish score, 16 in the second innings. So if that is his farewell knock at his old stomping ground in Chelmsford, then he's not gone off in the same way he did here. Coming back big time on the angle, but just evades that off stump. Any leave where you survive is a good leave, they say. But that was testing the waters by Dom Sibley. That's come in appreciably, and we saw this in the first innings as well from Northants, that after a dozen or so overs the ball seemed to start doing more as the lacquer comes off and the ball starts to develop more of a contrast with the rougher side and the shiny side. So perhaps we could be seeing that here. Not much breeze either, which is useful. Again coming in on the angle, but Sibley right in behind it. Quite a becalmed overhead atmosphere out there. It's been very windy at certain points during this game. On day one I thought Surrey lost their way a wee bit because it was just so blustery, and it's very hard to control the swing and the seam when it's blowing pretty much a gale across South London.
Yeah, it's almost the opposite of that at the moment. So on,
yep.
I think it was day 1, might have been day 2, but the 3 flags flying from the top of the pavilion, they were taken down because it was so windy. Those 3 flags are back in place now, and they're moving a little bit, but nowhere near as much as they were earlier in the game. And actually, as Phil says, very, very little overhead assistance at the moment for the bowlers.
So the heroic Ben Sanderson to carry on in perpetuity. Here he comes. Bounce and angle again to the left-hander, but Burns' judgment has been excellent outside off stump up until now. 56 deliveries he's now negotiated, and he's looked in good technical order.
Oh, he's looked good. There was that edge early on to Tom Taylor where Hassan Azad got to it, but we think the ball just bounced before it reached him. But other than that, it's been pretty smooth going for the Surrey pair.
They have to keep believing, though. They have no choice here. They've made all the running in this game, and as we know, the permutations are not in their favour. They need to win here and next week, but they have to keep believing. This is a pitch where one often leads to 2 or 3. Wickets have fallen in clusters. Burns just pulls away. You're going to be my man at Chelmsford, yes, okay. You're going to be checking up from time to time. I thought Dan Lawrence was expansive and inventive before lunch, the bits that I saw on the stream.
Well, he just got to 50 off 45 deliveries. There's one shot in particular that Essex have clipped up and put on their Twitter account. Extraordinary flick through the leg side to a ball that's way outside off stump.
For 4 or 6?
I think 4.
Beats him. Neck and crop. Frustration again for Ben Sanderson. He's seen it all before. He has the demeanour of a classic, almost archetypal county stalwart. Nothing can shock him anymore. There's been so many days in the dirt, so many inside edges, outside edges, strangled appeals, good days, tough days, unlucky days. He's one of the real survivors of the county game, and he's bowled lucklessly throughout this cricket match.
Yeah, and a brilliant overall career record, 354 wickets, an average of just 22.36. I mean, you just said that Northampton have made all the running in this game. This is not a performance of a side that may well go down today. This is more of a performance, I think, of a side who finished mid-table last year.
Yeah.
And as you've seen, not just at Northampton but at Kent as well and Middlesex, that it can just happen. You can have a really solid squad, and a couple of guys can be out of form in the top 6, and that can almost derail your season. I mean, Kent have made a number of changes to their top order as the season's gone. Northampton's several excellent players who we know are excellent haven't had great summers with the bat, and that, as we said it before, I think Northampton only had 4 batting bonus points before this game. I think maybe 3 of their 7 batting points all season have come from this game.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary stat, but the margins are quite fine at this level. 19 for no loss from 18 now, so very invaluable, really, opening partnership this. But yeah, penny for the thoughts of the top brass at Northampton for Karen Nair next year, and if they could have somehow managed to get that over the line earlier in the piece. He's batted twice in the cap. He's made 78 and 150, and they've gone down in a couple of tight games. They've failed to get over the line in a couple where they've bossed it. They've drawn quite a few, and you feel that just sprinkling of real class at number 4 could have really been the difference. He's certainly been the difference here.
No, definitely. And I know they had Sam Whiteman in for much of the season, and Whiteman did pretty well, I think, averaging in the high 30s. But the impact Nair has had on these 2 games, as Sibley once more flicks it into the leg side and pick up 1, has been so significant. And normally with Indian players, you assume they won't be available for much of the season, but Nair has played so little IPL cricket, it is possible that he doesn't get picked up in the IPL. It's also possible that even if franchises are interested in him, that he might prefer a stint in county cricket. And he's someone who, in theory, he's not only is he not involved in India at the moment, I don't believe he's actually that close to India involvement. He would be available for the entirety of the county championship and the One Day Cup. I know that Northampton fans were very excited by Prithvi Shaw's stay at the county. Obviously got that spectacular double 100, but he's someone who's definitely going to play in the IPL and may well play other stuff with India.
So there's more substance to someone like Nair, yeah, and his age is quite relevant to that. 31 now. Again, excellent judgment by Burns. Yeah, we were saying it earlier in the match that the lure for genuine red ball devotees, such as Karen Nair, such as Umesh Yadav, for example, who's going well at Essex now. He's 34 years old. The lure of the red ball, if you want to play it and you respect it and you've got to a certain point in your career, then this remains the hub. This is the home of red ball cricket. Again, definite arcing away from the left-hander, but Burns smothers any movement. He's played from the crease up until now. very self-contained for his 62 baller up to now.
We have a wicket at Chelmsford Field. Paul Walter bowled for 13 off 10 balls off Liam Dawson. One delivery after clonking Liam Dawson for 6 over mid-wicket. So Essex in a rush. They now lead by 244. 64 and a half overs remain in that game.
Leg side this time.
So what do you think Essex are going to do? That's a pretty healthy lead. If they were to declare now, they'd be leaving Hampshire 2-4-5 to win at about 4 and over. But we were discussing this during the lunch break. A draw's not actually that bad a result for Essex. They're still very much in the hunt, whereas a loss doesn't completely derail their title charge, but it makes life extremely difficult, even if they get full points next week.
A draw here and a draw there reduces the deficit by 3 to 15 points, correct?
Yeah.
Foolish, driven nicely down the ground, but straight to mid-on. So, a draw next week with bonus points would be okay for Surrey. With bonus points?
Yes.
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 Because you get 5, of course, for your draw, and then with bonus points on top of that, that would be too much for Essex to chase down.
But as we were saying earlier, unlikely to be a draw if the weather's good.
This is the kicker. The weather's good, and it tends to be tidy enough down on the south coast at Hampshire. It's the first time he's really thrown his hands at one outside off stump, and it's a fresh air shot. Gets away with it, 20 for no loss, 19 overs gone, 64 still on the cards to get through this afternoon. And as you can see, Northamptonshire fielders running through the overs. It's fascinating to watch multi-day cricket and how the pace of the game shifts depending on the urgency of the fielding side. You do sometimes wonder if the umpires couldn't exert a bit more authority, a bit more control sometimes. We can amble through certain sessions and then we can have real energy through others.
Yeah, I actually thought Surrey were very good at getting through their overs because there's obviously weather about throughout their time in the field. I thought they did very well to get as many overs in as they could.
Sudharsan again then. Straightish, and Sibley's been very comfortable on that middle and leg line this innings so far.
And in terms of the pace of this game, you know, Surrey looks steady at the moment, 19.1 overs, and they've not lost a wicket yet, but 64 overs, if we get through that, that's a lot of cricket to get through. And it's not as an established top 6, top 7 as we're used to seeing here at the Keir Oval. Obviously, Ollie Pope's out injured, Jamie Smith and Will Jackson with England at the moment, Tom Latham, who did so well here, he's with New Zealand at the moment.
Round the wicket. Left on length and line. Good by Burns. Going back to Essex then, Yas. I hope they've done their sums, because I think you're absolutely right. Hampshire will fancy it next week. They've got nothing to lose. There's a healthy, tidy rivalry between them and Surrey, but especially if, as we hear, the TV cameras might be making their way down to the south coast. We haven't had that confirmed yet, but if that were to be the case, then that's another layer of motivation for Hampshire. They're certainly not going to lie down and hand it over. It's gone up, but leg side-ish, and he knew it. And so as you say, Hampshire don't play draw cricket. Surrey wouldn't mind playing draw cricket, but over 4 good days is going to be a challenge for them. And so they will know, that Surrey, that if this is a draw and it's a draw at Chelmsford, then they'll need to force the issue. So Essex, you assume, must know all of this, that they've got their boffins in the changing room, if there are any, working through the various permutations. In which case, you don't want to give too much of a chance to Hampshire.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we say this, Dan Lawrence has actually just fallen for 53, caught behind off the bowling of Carl Abbott. His final innings at Chelmsford as an Essex player. That lead now 246, 5 wickets remaining.
I would have thought they would want 350, 55 overs.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I cannot stress that a draw really isn't that bad a result. Oof.
Oh, that's a tight lead.
It's a very, very good lead.
And poor old Ben Sanderson He's gone wandering into the outer, weighing up whether to keep walking, I think. He's bowled manfully through this game, but it's just not quite happened for him.
To be fair, on second viewing, I'm not sure that was actually as close to off stump when it passed it as I thought at the time. It swung a lot after it passed the stumps. It's one of those, as a bowler, you almost exaggerate your reaction to plant seeds of doubt in the mind of the batter.
And he's in again. More conventional this time. Good carry through to McManus, and again they're off and running, getting through. 20 overs done now.
It really has been a exhibition of high class leaving from both Burns and Sibley.
Yeah.
They have been so good at judging whether or not they need to play at the ball or not. I mean, Sibley in particular, 50 balls at the crease, he's not offered a chance.
Yeah, we had some local school children in earlier in the week, and although the conditions were a bit chilly, to say the least, from their position at deep mid-wicket as we look at it, nonetheless, I'm glad they saw that day rather than this. This is one for the purists. We can certainly get plenty from it, Yas, but it's a tough sell to a newbie.
Maybe that's, how does a purist become a purist? Maybe you need that.
Yeah, but you also need to know that there's an alternative as well, because if it were only like this, we'd be going at 90 runs a day, 360 across the week, 21 for no loss into the 21st. Rock solid Dom Sibley. This is good though, exactly what they required. Bit by bit they are extracting the poison from this situation, aren't they? And they are preparing for what could yet be quite an idyllic, serene stroll through the rest of the afternoon if things were to go their way over the next 45 minutes or so.
I think part of what makes Surrey such a good side is that they have players who are very, very different to each other, who manage different situations, and different situations play to different players' strengths. As Sibley leaves and lets another one sail past his off stump. I mean, that run chase at Canterbury when they chased down 500, I think encapsulates Surrey perfectly for me. Sibley scores the slowest 100 ever in Championship cricket. Jamie Smith scores a 70-ball 100, and then Ben Foakes scores a normal 100. Three. They all got similar scores in the end, but got there in three completely different ways, and they all complemented each other.
T-shirts are still available at the club shop. KiaOval.com. Now, I'm not for a second suggesting that Dominic Sibley wanted to see Northants knock over those wickets early this morning, but nonetheless, when the follow-on was offered, you can imagine he strapped the mums and dads on pretty quickly, because this is the kind of stuff that he dreams of. No pressure whatsoever to up the scoring rate, no target in mind, just time at the crease, and he excels at it.
And winning championships isn't just about, you don't just get there by chasing down 500. It's making sure in games where you're not quite at it, you make sure you don't lose them. And I know the weather's played a massive part in Surrey being in a position where they don't have as much cricket to get through to secure that draw, but I remember not that long ago in terms of time, but in terms of philosophy and altogether different era, not that long ago, a criticism levelled at England was that they weren't very good at making sure they got through test matches that they weren't very good at and getting a draw. Every not great test match was a loss.
Yeah.
And obviously they've changed how they go about it now.
Well, sometimes caught between two stools as well, that notion of showing positive intent, and if it's there to hit it, because that's meant to engender a overall positive set of physical movements reflecting a positive mindset. That's all very well, but you're absolutely right, England historically have got themselves into trouble. No such sign of that here though. These two, this is classical stuff really, straight out of the manual, how to save a cricket match. More of the same. Thank you very much. And a wry grin is starting to reveal itself across Ben Sanderson's face, and you can well imagine why. 0 for 7 into his 6th here, and just that single wicket in the first innings. In fact, 2 wickets in the first innings, but could have had plenty more. He'd have to keep turning on his heel and running in again.
More news from Chelmsford. Matt Critchley has fallen for 3, also to the bowling of Kyle Abbott. So Essex 143 for 6 now, leading by 256. Umesh Yadav has just hit his first ball for 6 for Lynn Dawson.
Right.
Umesh Yadav at 8, Simon Harmer at 7. Regular opener Nick Brown still not seen yet. He's going to, at best, bat at 9.
That's quite a demotion. So they're not holding back, are they? They're not hedging anything here.
Do you want to guess what Umesh Yadav's done second ball?
More of the same?
More of the same. 12 off 2. Into the river, apparently. I'm pretty sure it's Andrew Miller who is writing the Cricinfo ball by ball commentary at the moment. And he said this one was massive. Slammed up and over long on. 12 from 2.
That's not a bad way to start your afternoon's work. Sanderson over the wicket this time, and Burns says thanks very much. That's in my arc, and I'll pick up a single into the onside.
Yeah, Umesh Yadav, 12 from 2. Surrey, 22 from 130. 2 very, very different games being played at the moment, and I'm genuinely loving this. It's a really good battle. Sanderson's bowling really, really well, and it's not easy going for Burns and Sibley. Every ball is a challenge. Every ball is a test. Every ball, Sanderson is forcing them to make a decision.
That bat, though, is looking rather broad now. If you're a Northants fan, it's been a tough period for them. I've mentioned it a few times, but that Warwickshire game last week, Sanderson took a hat-trick. At one point, they looked like they were going to pull it off. Warwickshire rallied at the last and got home by 2 wickets. And you have to peel yourself off the canvas, don't you, after a loss like that?
Do you want to guess what happened with Umesh Yadav's third ball?
Caught long on?
Yes, it was caught long on. 12 from 3.
That's quite a knock. Do you know about Botham's 6-ball 18 in the Ashes? You ever heard that story?
No.
1985, Edgbaston, England 500 and plenty, so he had licence, came out to bat. Craig McDermott, who was quick, put one in the slot. Botham stuck him over his head for 6 into the pavilion, first ball. Second ball played and missed, third ball did exactly the same. A 4 and a single, and then was out to his 6th ball.
We were talking about purists earlier, but the 12 off 3 is the perfect innings for the T20 purist.
And Brown makes his way into the fray at 9. 150 for 7 then. So the lead, sorry, Yaz, the lead is
263.
263. So, yeah, they're not going to die wondering there, Essex. They're certainly prepared to lose that, it would seem. Hands on heads, but Burns doesn't miss from there. Amble through for another single. 23 for no loss in the 23rd, and so they're maintaining this delightfully symmetrical run rate. 1 and over. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I cannot stress enough that a loss is really bad for Essex, whereas a draw really isn't that bad.
I wonder if they've fully processed this yet. They need you as their analyst.
So just to remind viewers, so if if Essex lose and Surrey draw, Surrey will go into the final round leading by 20 points, or only needing 5 points from the Hampshire fixture to retain the title. And you can get that in a loss if you take 9 wickets in the first 110 overs of the Hampshire innings and get
make
300.
And 300 will be the target. Yep. Beats him again. There's some tired bodies and flaking minds out there now. They need something to happen. They need a stroke of luck to go their way. One false shot, one moment of inspiration, a run out, bit of luck, a Jaffa or two.
To be fair to them, there have been a few Jaffas. I think they've bowled really, really well.
Another couple, I think, into the onside. Might self, he does come back for 2. Well run, Dom Sibley. Makes it comfortably enough.
And just in that scenario, were Essex to lose against Hampshire and Surrey start the final round 20 points clear, Surrey need to get 300, but that's only if Essex get maximum bonus points in their game. And a reminder that batting bonus points are harder this season. It used to be 200 runs rather to get the first bonus point, 400 runs for the fifth. Now it's 250 and 450, and you don't just need to get the runs, you need to get them by 110 overs. And in Essex's game in this round against Hampshire, despite getting 447, they only got 3 bonus batting points because that's where they were at 110 overs.
Yeah.
And if that were to happen again next week, so still score loads of runs but not quite quickly enough, Surrey would just need to take 3 bowling bonus points to secure the title. So a loss is really bad for Essex. Whereas arguably, there's not actually that much of a difference in terms of what they need to do if it's a draw versus a win. Obviously, a win would be better for them, and they would start just ahead of Surrey, potentially, if Surrey don't go well this afternoon.
In the meantime, Sanderson again, and Burns again. Been a very good nuggety contest between these two. And Burns is edging it as we go. 12 from 77, 13 from 62 for Dom Sibley. Just ticking off the overs one by one. So Nick Brown and Simon Harmer are together at Chelmsford. Simon Harmer knows his way around a cricket match. It's gone up there, and the umpire's finger stays unmoved. Oh, Ben Sanderson cannot believe it. He ran through broad-like as well.
He really can't believe it.
Can you?
I think it might have struck him outside the line.
That would be what saved Rory Burns.
We'll have a look here. I think that's probably outside the line. It's certainly very close.
Yeah, I think, Yas, you may be onto that. I think he's just got his back leg outside the line. It's one of those. It looks right, doesn't it? The ball trickles out to the offside. It's hit him on the crease. It's round the wicket on the angle.
I mean, it was definitely crashing into the stumps, but I think Burns just got himself outside the line. There's been another wicket at Chelmsford. Simon Harmer, his innings comes to an end for 2 of 8 deliveries. Back for length and hit straight to deep cover.
They're going for broke then?
Yeah, it looks like it. So 266 is the lead, 61 overs remaining. Remember, you've got to take 2 of those overs out for the change of innings.
So Hampshire will probably be quite enjoying this. They can have a hit. More runs to the onside, nicely clipped off the hip. Burns in decent order here.
Yeah, Hampshire are currently in 3rd place, and it's pretty tight just below them in the table, so yeah, obviously a win would shore up third place for them. Warwickshire and Lancashire just behind Hampshire. Warwickshire 4 points behind, Lancashire 7.
I'm seeing that Essex have declared actually 8 down. So Nick Brown didn't get a chance to open his shoulders. So there you go. It's all on here, folks. Essex have left Hampshire needing 267 to win. 59 overs on the card, as Yas says, 2 for the swap round, so 57 overs. Harmer and Critchley to the 4, so you think if the weather's set fair, they'll get most of those in. Sanderson in the meantime, bullish. And again, Dom Sibley exaggerating that forward block. He's enjoying himself. He's in clover out there, the big man. 13 from 64, same score to Burns from 80 deliveries. Surrey 26 for no loss from 24 overs. Daniel Norcross has really gone through the gamut this week. His body language is increasingly erratic and actually quite offensive. I'm glad it's not on camera. Yeah, there he goes. I think he's feeling much more chipper than he did this time yesterday afternoon when Surrey was staring down the barrel. After this delivery, he can take over and try and keep his smugness to one side. Essex have declared, Daniel. 267 to win for Hampshire. Leg side-ish, I think, on the angle from round the wicket. Not much doing there. Surprised that Burns missed that. He's normally so strong through there. I'm going to make way for the great man.
Yeah, almost for the same reason that the last big shout was not out. I think this might be closer than it initially looked, because Burns gets a long way across his stumps. And actually, although he's missed the leg glance, that's potentially hit him on middle and leg. So it's a pretty good shout for Tom Taylor. I'd say that's closer than the one in the last over.
But look at that angle, though. It's coming from very wide. Might be clipping. There is an element of doubt there.
Yes, definitely. Just on that Chelmsford run chase, Hampshire requires something around 4.5 and over if we get all the overs.
Are you surprised they took as long as that, or do you think they're thinking Hampshire are going to go for it because they've got nothing to lose? Well, so actually make it a stiff chase, and then
I don't think a draw's that bad a result for Essex. I really don't think it is. A loss means that something extraordinary needs to happen for them to win the title. Sorry.
Well, this is true. If they lose, they'll pick up 6 points from that match. And if Surrey draw, they'll pick up 8. So that would then give Surrey a 20-point advantage going into the last game.
Very, very hard to overturn.
Well, then you have to score 400.
In 110 overs.
And
450, sorry. It's 450 in 110 overs.
Well, they'll score 400 to get 23 points.
Yes, that's true.
And then hope that Surrey don't make 250 and only pick up, say, 3 bowling points and lose the game. So still is a route. And they will have hope, because Northants, if they do not win this game, they will be relegated, and they'll be going into that match with nothing to play for except pride. Essex, you would imagine, would have a greater intensity in that game, so they might well be thinking, it's at Wantage Road, isn't it? So it's often pretty nice for batting up there, even in September.
And yeah, as smooth as it's been so far for Burns and Sibley, there's still so much cricket to play. And we saw in the Surrey first innings that wickets can fall in clumps.
Well, Surrey batted for 62 overs in the first innings.
Exactly.
There's still 58.2 available. Now then, shot of aggressive intent. It's going to bring Burns a rare boundary.
Not a million miles away from the man at mid-wicket.
No. Just take a look at that again. Dragged down. It wasn't far from mid-wicket.
It's the second time in a few overs that Burns has played a shot in anger. He attempted a cut shot a couple of overs ago off Taylor to a ball that wasn't actually that wide, and he played and missed.
Well, although you wouldn't know it from looking at the scoreboard, runs could yet be important. If Surrey were able to up their rate to 3 and over, end of the over 30 without loss of 25, 3 and over from here on in, then they would take the lead at the end of 48 overs. They'd then be able to guarantee knocking 2 overs off if bowled out. So if they go at 3 and over, then they actually probably would only need to bat for a further 54 overs today, 54.1. And that could be significant yet. But Burns and Sibley haven't approached it that way. They've taken very much the safety first approach. Just a few signs in the way Burns is batting, you're right. I'm always made nervous though by the very defensive approach, and the apotheosis of this to me was when England was set 140 odd against Pakistan and the UAE.
Abdur Rahman had an amazing day, but it looked like
about 76 in 40 overs. I mean, never tried to get on with it, and as a result they allowed Pakistan enough balls to bowl them out.
And suddenly I remember watching that and thinking, where's the next run coming from? And runs obviously were very important in that context, and you're right, they are in this as well. But I feel like Northants having enforced the follow-on.
Oh, playing a miss on the move there.
It's a rare error in judgment from Sibley.
It's one of the things that happens though when you get becalmed. That's the thing, is that everything is a little less positive. You know, you can have a positive leave here. If you've struck a ball for 4, a couple of balls before, you might not be playing at that. You might just be letting it go. Gets well outside off stump, and so by the time he's there, he should know that doesn't have to play at that. And he's not playing an aggressive shot.
Yeah, as soon as he missed that ball, he threw his head back in frustration. I think he knew straight away that wasn't the play for that particular delivery.
Too high again.
But in defence of what Surrey are doing here, Northants bowled 60 odd overs in there in the Surrey first innings. They've got to go straight again. You called it this morning, Jack White did a lot of bowling this morning to bowl Surrey out in the first place, and that's really, really difficult. If you don't get wickets with a new ball, suddenly that's a bowling attack now who've been in the field for 90 overs.
Yep.
And they've been in the field for 90 overs and they've still got to take 10 wickets.
Oh, and again a play and miss.
It's really good over this from Sanderson, posing all sort of questions for Sibley.
He's bowled a lot of overs today, Sanderson. And that's the other thing that Surrey have got to keep thinking. Miles in these bowlers' legs. Jack White has not bowled many, just 3 in this innings. So I expect to see him before too long.
And also I remember in a not completely different scenario last year when Liam Norwell took his 9th foot to keep Warwickshire up. He really forced his body through that spell. And each wicket almost gives you more energy.
There are amazing tales of that, aren't there, at the back end of seasons. I remember Mark Wood in one of the most brilliant but futile displays. He thought he'd kept Durham up, and then of course they had their massive points penalty. But he bowled his heart out the last day to secure a victory for Durham, only to discover the powers that be had rendered it pointless. Well, Liam Norwell is one of the great stories, isn't he? That was a Warwickshire side who were defending champions.
There's a great article, I think it was in The Guardian, that Ali Martin did with,
yes,
I think it was Liam Norwell and
that's
Oliver
right.
Hannon-Dolby, who sort
yes.
of bowled manfully from the other end, bowling really, really well, had been their main man all season, and Norwell had, you know, I think Norwell probably ought to have been called up for England at some point around the time when everyone was was injured. I think he was unlucky not to go to the Caribbean. Anyway, Norwell was out for most of that season. Might have played a couple of games before, and I think he was involved in a one-day cup game here against Surrey, where I think it might have been a tie, and Norwell took the wicket to make it a tie shortly before that final game of the season against Hampshire. It's a brilliant interview with both of them, sort of talking Ali through the moments from that day. Change here in the Northants attack. Rob Keogh comes on from the Vauxhall end, replacing Tom Taylor.
It's a key phase in this match coming up now. Let's see how the spinner can get on. Just bowled a couple of overs before lunch.
Phil and I were talking earlier about this partnership being one for the purists. And I wear that label proudly. I genuinely love this. And we were asking, how does a purist become a purist? Are purists born? Or does something happen where they, is it a journey?
It's a very good question. What conclusion did you reach?
We didn't really get anywhere, because the reason why the conversation started was we were talking about the school children who were here earlier in the game, and Phil said it's probably a good thing that they're not here for this. And they got to see Karen Nair do his thing as Burns drives past the man at short cover to pick up one. And I said, well, there might be some purists in that group. And
Well, I was a purist always. My favourite player when I was growing up was John Edridge. Hard to explain the delights of John Edridge to a lot of young cricket fans these days, but I love him blocking the West Indies, defying, and indeed the great Sir Geoffrey. Those are among my favourites. And then I suppose when adolescence approached, I got a bit skittish and started to fall more in love with the likes of Gower. But I do tend to think that you get into a sport when you're 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't really see cool for what it is. I think you have to be a little bit older before you value that quality. I think there's something there's something pure in innocence.
yeah, I think so. I think also kids are really obsessive, right? When they start liking something for the first time, they just devour everything. And almost you could argue that the cricket purist is someone who actually retains that childish obsession, childlike obsession rather.
Well, I mean, I think in all these sports, I was drawn to Ray Reardon when I was 8, 9 years old, and he wasn't a particularly charismatic fellow, but I loved his snooker. I didn't really mind that he wasn't flamboyant like Alex Higgins. I just like Ray Reardon. So we tick off another over. 56 remain. That's a couple of runs from that last one.
This could be significant. Jack White, the pick of the bowlers in the Surrey first innings, he's coming on to bowl, replacing Ben Sanderson, who bowled an excellent final over of that spell actually. Very, very unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Beating Sibley on the outside edge and also striking him on the pad.
The relegation battle, though, by the way, is a fascinating one. I'm going to give you some numbers to get your head round, folks. Because, of course, our friends and rivals from across the Thames, Middlesex, they're involved in a bit of a tussle. They're currently 28 runs ahead, 4 down against Warwickshire at Lord's. So they're still perilously placed. 71.5 overs gone, so a new ball will become available before long for Oliver Hannon, Dolby, Rushworth, Barnard. Craig Mars has done most of the damage there, picking up 3. So just keep in your head, Middlesex are 2 points clear of Kent at the start of this round of matches. Middlesex, if they draw, will pick up 8 points like Surrey. They didn't get a batting point, but they did pick up 3 bowling points. In a curious twist of fate, Kent playing against Somerset because Somerset declared, wanted to get on with it, it's meant that Kent were only able to get 1 bonus point with the ball and find themselves 156 for 6, so they're not out of the woods. It's a tall order for Somerset to pick up 14 more wickets. Firstly, to bowl Kent out for the addition of no more than 94 more runs, and then bowl them out again. It's a tall order, so you'd think the odds are on a draw there. But they would then lose 2 points to Middlesex, would they not? Unless they can get to 250, get a batting point. So if both sides draw, or indeed if both sides lose, then Middlesex would extend their lead to 4 points going into the last round of matches.
Middlesex could well stay up despite only picking up 2 batting bonus points.
That would be extraordinary, wouldn't it?
We were talking about it earlier. Northampton have picked up 3 of their 7 batting bonus points in this game.
Well, the impressive thing is how you managed to pull off 3 wins when you've only got 2 batting points. Now, I haven't quizzed their fixtures to see whether they got both those batting points in one match or whether they've just never made it to 300 all season. Either they've made it to 300 once and never to 250 the rest of the time, or they've made it to between 250 and 299 twice.
Either way, it's not great.
It's not great, but to manage to manufacture 3 wins out of that is pretty good.
One of those wins, I think, was against Notts at home, where Notts provided quite a generous declaration. It was quite early on in the season. I think Notts had lofty ambitions at the start of the year. And they received some criticism for it, but I actually quite liked it. It was, this is a side that backed themselves to no, we're not going to be involved in a relegation battle. We're going for the title, and if you're going to win the league, you can, with teams like Surrey and Essex in it, you need to win a lot of games.
Another over ticks by, 32 without loss. Yes, I like that. I thought it showed a lot of ambition. They're guaranteed a draw. Notts. They're playing Lancashire, and it's raining up at Old Trafford. Had only 84.1 overs of play possible in Manchester. As it stands, Nottinghamshire will pick up 7 points in that match.
We've got an update from Chelmsford.
Oh dear.
Early wicket.
Oh dear.
Sam Cook has dismissed Toby Albert for 7. Down the leg side, and a stunning grab from Rossington.
Don't need that, do we?
So Hampshire 11 for 1 after 10 balls.
After 10 balls, you see they're going for it. It's exactly what Surrey fans don't want to hear.
Optimistic Surrey view on it, though. Does it change things that much if Essex win compared to a draw? If presuming Surrey avoid defeat here.
It's been thrashed away. There'll be at least a couple. It might make it all the way to the boundary, and it does. 4 more to Burns. Well, Essex will pick up 22 points. If Surrey draw, they'll pick up 8. So it'll be a 14-point swing. Suddenly, there's only 4 points between the two sides, and then.
In terms of what actually happens though next week,
realistically, Surrey has to match Essex's result. But you see, the joy of Essex drawing would be. They would only pick up 3 points on Surrey, that'd be 15, and then it's feasible to see a situation in which Essex win, Surrey draw, and then Surrey win the title. So it does make a little bit of a difference.
Definitely.
Essentially, if both these games end in a draw, then Surrey will only need a draw. Almost certainly. Not definitely, but almost certainly. Off the inside edge down to long leg. There'll be another couple.
I guess the other element to that is that Hampshire, the side that draw the least in the Championship, and Surrey don't draw many games themselves. And if the weather's good, with the two,
the forecast is good,
and with the relative strengths of both bowling attacks and batting lineups.
Yes.
I think a draw is unlikely. You never know. But if the weather is good,
End of the over, another one goes by, but this is the wicket of Albert at Chelmsford. That is a great grab, isn't it? Rossington. He's a very agile guy. And that's the first Hampshire wicket to fall as Essex pursue another 9. Got plenty of time left. Balls remaining they have up there, 345. So plenty of chance. And look at that terrific dive from Adam Rossington. Very underrated player. Hard-hitting batter. Nimble keeper. So White continues from the pavilion end. Northants still desperately searching for a wicket. Cameron Ponsonby has rejoined me.
Good afternoon, Daniel.
Good afternoon. 52 minutes have passed in this afternoon session. Still no wicket.
How is your morale? How's your spirit?
Well, it takes a blow every time Hampshire lose a wicket, but I'm holding up.
But in terms of the events in front of you,
well, I daren't get too comfortable. Let's put it that way.
I think as a neutral observer, I think you're okay. I always remember my friend of mine talking about this, that you always have to, once you're in it, you always have a bit of a blurred vision.
Yes, it's true. I'm probably not providing particularly objective commentary now. No, you're right.
Hence why you provide such entertaining analysis.
Well, it's probably why it's better off for everybody if I don't appear much more today. Because there's a little squeal that keeps coming out of my mouth whenever a wicket falls at Chelmsford or a ball snakes past the outside edge of Sibley's bat. Stout resistance though from Burns and Sibley. What do you feel about the approach here? The run rate has risen to a modest 1.29 from 1. It does rather make it increasingly unlikely that runs will become a factor to get up and over Northance's total. And I suppose really the risk-reward ratio there is, what are you doing really? If you get past their total, then all you're doing is wiping a couple of overs out of the equation. So
yeah, I'm pretty apathetic to the idea that Surrey need to be doing anything else at the moment.
Oh, again, beaten on the outside edge. And Sibley's getting a long way over to off stump. We've seen this with a lot of English batters over the last few years, getting outside the line of the off stump, but then not leaving the ball. Once you're there, I know Ollie Pope, also of this parish, struggled a bit with that in the 2021
he reverted. He went back to his previous stance. It was a great debate for a little while. It was a very rare instance where you kind of saw the players of a former generation actively saying something was wrong, basically, as opposed to not wishing to pass comment and respecting the kind of players of the modern days and times. He's hit it.
He's also almost certainly got outside the line of the off stump as well. Umpire not interested. I mean, we must remember Ollie Pope's a big miss for Surrey. Surrey are missing their powerhouse in their batting, and it showed in their first innings. They're missing Smith, Jamie Smith, Will Jacks, and Ollie Pope for different reasons. Of course, Will Jackson and Jamie Smith involved with England. We wish them very, very good luck in the upcoming games against Ireland. For Ollie Pope, it's the misfortune of that shoulder injury. And you do feel that is just an area where Surrey look a little bit fragile. 38 without loss after 30. They've got a massive squad, and they've done extraordinarily well in using so many members of that squad. But when you take out 3 batters of that quality, it does get tricky.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to your previous point about kind of thoughts on the run rate. Normally in cricket, your primary currency is runs, obviously. Whereas in this scenario, Surrey's primary currency is time. They just need the time to disappear from the match. Now, obviously, more runs is going to put you in a better position. After 30 overs, if you said to Surrey, would you rather be 60 for none or 38 for none? Of course, they'd say 60 for none. However, realistically, as long as it doesn't kind of inflict a kind of sense of perceived pressure where none exists, if in the event of losing a couple quick wickets, Surrey are absolutely fine. From a respectable point of view, of course, we'd rather be seeing a few more shots, but...
Well, I don't mind about that.
I know.
There may be some heretical members of the crowd who think that shots are important at this stage, but a forward defensive is a shot as well, Cameron.
Quite right.
As is a backward defensive. Nicely played by Burns. Not too much turn at the moment for Keogh.
He's not a prodigious... I categorise him with Roston Chase as these spinners who have kind of bizarre eighthers in their careers.
Roston Chase, what a wonderful spot there.
Oh, an incredibly knowledgeable
18th
cricket viewer.
England, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Against, I believe Rory Burns might have even been the first.
Yes, I remember doing a programme called the Cricket Social for BBC when that was happening, and there was incredulity. Do you recall that? The BBC didn't have the rights for.
I do remember this.
Series.
How long did the Cricket Social last for?
Sri Lanka tour, an India tour, and a West Indies tour.
And was it? I don't mean to get into any legal waters with this.
I can assure you, there are no legal waters.
But it reminds me of a Test Match Social. Was it called?
Test Match Sofa.
No, that's what I was getting to.
Oh, the cricket.
It seemed like a very
similar
format to the Cricket Social to a previous iteration.
It wasn't dissimilar, and for exactly the same reasons, it got into no legal waters because neither did Test Match Sofa. Much to the chagrin of some of the people who had liked it to have been.
Okay, that was my kind of.
That was the problem. You see, there were attempts that had no legal basis to shut them down.
What a fine moral victory, if not legal victory,
Well, moral victories are a big thing, aren't they, this year?
Absolutely.
England having won the moral ashes.
Did you draw 2-2 with Giles Clark?
did slightly better than that, thank you, Cameron.
Oh, goodness me.
I'd like to say it was a resounding victory.
Yeah, so Roston Chase, who has a very tame test bowling average of 46. Yes, Roston Chase, 85 test wickets, an average of 46 and an economy rate of 3.45 against Rory Burns. Fouled him in 5 innings, dismissing him in all 5. Rory Burns averaged 9.8 against him. Bizarre kind of aberration of.
Well, it could have been those pitches, you know. I'm trying to remember those pitches. Also, the off spin to the left-hander is
I know,
a little bit more difficult. I mean, we saw that even the very great off-spinners like Graham Swan have markedly different averages, don't they, against right and left-handers. In much the same way as left-arm spinners do, the other way around.
One of my very dogmatic and facetious... I know this is an opinion that's wrong, but I hold it anyway.
I like this. I know I'm wrong, but I'm right about this.
Is that, in my opinion, if you bowl left-arm spin, left-arm orthodox spin, and you're not a professional cricketer, it's a disgrace, and you should be. Why are you ever bowling a bad delivery? You have control and you turn the ball away from the bat. The whole point of what's good about off spin, you have control. What's bad about off spin, you turn the ball into the bat.
The right hander. Yeah.
What's good about leg spin, you turn the ball away from the right hander. What's bad about leg spin, you lack control. Left arm finger spin, you have control and you turn the ball away from the right hander. Why are you in the second team? Get up there, get in the ones. You're not a left arm spinner by any means.
No. One of my dear friends is a left arm spinner, and terrifically good. A good left arm spinner is one of the lovely things to see. Flight, guile, dip. They bamboozle. They really do.
I hold them to an incredibly high standard. Impossibly, some would say.
But strangely enough, they're often the ones who suffer from the yips a little more than most, aren't they? You do get left arm spinners. Can also be very eccentric. I mean, my dear friend and colleague Phil Tufnell is definitely eccentric. Phil Edmonds, another eccentric left armer.
So did your friend who's a left arm, did he suffer from the yips?
No, he didn't actually.
Okay, so I was wondering if it was we were getting to the point where...
I think Keith Medlicott of this parish, he had well publicised issues with his landing it.
And this is I guess this is me buying into the yips. I actually genuinely don't like reading about it. I don't
give you the Does it make you agitated?
Because I don't understand how it can... my brain can't compute it. I don't understand how it could possibly be a thing.
Oh. When it happens, you know it's a thing. That's been flicked away fine. That'll be 4 for Sibley, a rare boundary. Just straying onto the pads. And White concedes his first runs in his 6th over. 34 scoreless runs. He's taken that off middle and off as Sibley moving across outside his off stump. Takes Surrey into the 40s. Of course, there's all sorts of sports. It began with golf, isn't it? I think that's where the term was first coined. And then my favourite iteration of it was Eric Bristow getting what was called dartitis. You familiar with this?
Vaguely, yes.
Couldn't release the dart. Rather than calling it the yips, called it dartitis. End of the over. Surrey still have yet to lose a wicket. 32 overs Burns and Sibley have manfully withstood. Only 42 without loss. Time for a change in the commentary box. Phil Walker's going to come and join Cameron Ponsonby.
I'll see you again in half an hour. We'll continue some darts conversations. Right. As Daniel mentioned, the score is 42 for none off 32 overs. Rory Burns unmoved on 24 of 101 deliveries. Sibley a tick behind on both counts. He's on 18 off 91. I believe Rob Keogh is to continue and Phil Walker is to start.
Afternoon, Cameron. 42 for no loss, 32 overs gone. That tells its own story. It's been textbook stuff by these two. And yet, with each minute that ticks by, they get closer to safety. You feel like whatever hope Northants would have harboured at the start of the day is ebbing away here. Dartitis. I walked into the box to hear dartitis.
Indeed.
True story, that. Crafty Cockney, he couldn't let go of the thing.
We'd start.
All but ruined his life. It did. He managed to pull it back. But yeah, it's a very real thing. Were you talking about it in regards to left arm spinners, perhaps?
We were indeed, and that's what. So something I'm very I associate the yips with wrist spinners primarily.
Right.
But Daniel was saying that it happens. It seems to happen more in left arm bowlers more than right arm bowlers, which I'm going to be honest. When he said it, I thought was nonsense. But then you've come in and said it again. So
there is great learning beneath that lunatic facade. Trust me. 23 for 1, 5.5 at Chelmsford.
I was explaining how I don't believe. I almost don't believe in it, but then I also realise I do because I actively try not to read anything about the yips.
Excited this time. Easy pickings for Rory Burns. Starting to enjoy himself here, I think. Surrey skipper. It's been the best part of 3 months, coming up to 3 months since he made a 50 in any form of senior cricket. And he's just inching towards, well, halfway there here. 26 not out now. And I would imagine the two of them feel that there's very little pressure now on their shoulders. They've seen off the shine, they've sucked the energy out of this game. 33 overs in, 50 overs still on the board. And so they're not home and hosed by any means. But it's hard really to see how this tired and sluggish attack now, which is not a criticism because they've really gone through it over the last couple of days. But it's hard to see how they can really extract that much more. They have Kirtley Jack White. They could do with Kirtley, the big man, of course, who strode the boards here for Northants for many, many years. It's just that point of difference in the attack. It's been the story of their summer, really. They are a strong and sturdy workman-like attack, but they lack a little bit of pizzazz, don't they, with the ball? And it's been the story that they've not been able to force home those wins that would have kept them outside of the zone. And it feels now as as if we have to start talking about Northants in the past tense for what has been a tough year for them in the top division. They picked up a win early on and actually started the season quite tidily. I think they went 2 or 3 draws and a win over Middlesex, I think it was, from if memory serves. You'll correct me, no doubt, Cam, if I'm wrong, but since that early spurt, it's been really hard for them. Solidly in behind it yet again.
They had such a heartbreaking defeat last week against Warwickshire, where they'd kind of negotiated a 4th innings deal, which Warwickshire would have been much happier of the two parties. I think they only needed around 160 off plenty of overs. And Northamptonshire had got themselves all the way, well, they'd reduced Warwickshire to 26 for 5. Fine innings from Michael Burgess got them over the line. Burgess was dropped on a number of occasions, I believe, or at least once. And that was the kind of gut punch that led to miracles being required, arriving here in SE11.
Yeah, it was Middlesex in just the second round as well, second week of the year, mid-April, and they turned Middlesex over, won that one by 7 wickets, and then followed up with a hammering against Hampshire, but then a very creditable draw in the following game, and so they felt relatively good about life in the early stages. But a series of losses in the middle against Notts, Hampshire and Kent really did signal what was to come. Through the gap, you wouldn't have thought it, but that will run away. And Luke Proctor, who's done a fair bit of graft with the ball, pulls it back in for but 3 more to Rory Burns. He moves on to 29.
I believe I heard you and Yas earlier on commentary talking about the kind of interpretation I took from coming on the back end of the conversation, that Yas was quite big on Northamptonshire potentially not having enforced the follow-on and attempting to kind of whack, I don't know, 80 or 90 runs and coming back out and leaving a carrot to dangle to prevent Surrey from doing exactly what they're doing here. I must admit, my own personal view that never even really occurred to me as an option at the time. I kind of thought...
Well, we were wrong, and we weren't really discussing it in those terms.
Because as you said, I've since heard it from a number of people who are saying that was their kind of gut feel of that Northamptonshire's best way of forcing a result was to give Surrey, just be willing to lose to win, basically. And I'm still not sure if I do, even with what Burns and Sibley have done here, I don't know if I particularly think Northampton's made a mistake in forcing the follow-on. I think given how well they bowled, you'd have fancied yourself to nick a couple off in the first 10 overs and then let panic do the rest of your work for you.
It can be easy to think that this is inevitable.
Yeah.
48 for no loss after 34 now. They've beaten the bat a number of times. There's been a couple of tight LBW calls against Rory Burns in particular. So one which was very tight and probably the right decision, probably just got his leg slightly outside off, but again, another day that gets given. Dom Sibley played and missed half a dozen times in the first half an hour or so against Ben Sarnaton in particular. This, if Surrey were 50 for 2, which would be a not unfair reflection of where the game is, then they're still 124 behind with 49, 50 overs to go in the day. And then you would say that they are still in the scrap, and that it would be the obvious and logical way to get to a point where you can actually potentially think about winning the game. I just don't think the time was there. I can understand the theory. Kicks this away nicely and timed beautifully, actually, and that runs away across those pitches for 4 more. There's a few school kids in, bringing a bit of energy to proceedings. 50 up. Burns into the 30s now. I think another session and a half available, and I could absolutely see that logic for sure. I just didn't think that there was enough time in the game for Northampton to come out, have a hit, offer Surrey something, and then push home. I don't blame them for doing what they've done.
I think we're in agreement on this, Phil. It would have been fascinating had they gone about that way of pursuing victory.
It would have been good fun, no doubt about that. It would have been good to watch.
But also could have. I don't know. Maybe this is me being a bit, I don't know, hard-nosed, or I don't know what the right word is, but just kind of it'd be a bit too clever by half. Like just bowl them out again.
Yeah. Well, I spoke to the great Mark Church just at the fall of that 10th wicket. Churchy, of course, the voice of Surrey, if you like, working next door to us here, and he rather poo-pooed the idea of anything too funky. Perhaps he and I are a little long in the tooth these days, perhaps that's what it is. But yeah, I didn't really see the time factor being available to Northants. And as I say, with a bit more luck, they could have made real incisions here. It feels and looks inevitable to look at the scorecard, but I think it was anything but that. Anyway, all by the by. Surrey doing it well now, 52 for no loss. And Hants as well. Tidy enough start, 8 overs gone, just the 1 wicket to fall. They're on 25, 51 overs remaining in that one. Hampshire need 242, so tick under 5 and over for Hampshire. Good scoring ground at Chelmsford, smallish arena. Very good batting lineup with Tom Prest in form with 100 and James Vince, of course, in that middle order. Ben Brown, brilliant keeper bat. So Hampshire may well fancy having a dart at that if things go their way over the next hour or so.
Well, Hampshire said yesterday, I believe it was the Hampshire coach said, we'll chase anything.
Well, there you go.
And if you were to tell you something incredibly unsurprising, Essex are 8 overs into their bowling innings, and Simon Harmer's already bowled 2 of them.
Yep. He took 6 for in the first inning, 6 for 140 something, 147, but he got through the best part of 39 overs to do so, and so he will be feeling that.
Some cricketers play a lot more cricket than other cricketers.
Now, the umpires are taking a conflab here at mid-wicket, looking at the ball, I think. Perhaps it's become somewhat misshapen, hard to say at the moment. Certainly not much urgency around the place, it's fair to say. Yeah, just getting the fabled rings out. So Northants, you can hardly blame them, trying everything they can now and to try and get something going.
They've got their wish.
Yeah, so here's the ball man.
Well, the last day of the international summer at the Kemar Oval was turned on its head by a ball change. Could be the same with the domestic game. Who knows?
Yeah, that was one of the many sort of expanded subplots, right, of the Ashes, that smallish thing turned into something grand, and they were still talking about it, those dear old Aussies, a few weeks later.
I think you're going to disagree with me here. I actually thought it was such a fair moan or annoyance from them to feel, and I would have felt differently had it been a complaint after the fact. I remember Usman Khawaja saying he defended the very first ball of the new ball, and he went straight to the umpire and said, "What is this?"
I was commentating at the time. I don't disagree with you for sure.
Yeah,
but I just find it amusing that the tag that probably rightly hangs heavy on English cricket fans, people, players, is so comfortably worn by our Australian brethren as well, and this was yet another example of it. Them's the breaks, chaps. But yeah, sure, you need to be far more stringent about it, and ball A needs to reflect ball B. Of course, and it clearly didn't in that instance. It's not like Australia fell over like a pack of cards immediately after the ball change,
sure.
Incidentally. They did still put on quite a few. But anyway, back here. It's gone up, new ball, same gig.
That'd have been fun. I'd have enjoyed that. I support drama. I support drama in all sporting events.
Well, this is a slow evolving kitchen sink drama at the moment.
No, I remember talking to a one of the captains of all the counties, and talking about
2 down at Chelmsford. Fletcher Middleton goes. Porter bowled Harmer for 9. Toby Albert, the other man to go. 3 down. Straight away. Caught Wesley, bowled Harmer. Nick Gubbins goes now. All happening at Chelmsford. It's 26 for 3. The top 3 blown away at Chelmsford inside 9 overs. Toby Albert, the first one to go for 7, caught behind by the bowling of Sam Cook. Change is going to come here, folks. Harmer jumps in with 1 and then 2 straight off the bat. Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, both gone to catches at the wicket. 26 for 3. Blimey.
If there was anything that will make Burns and Sibley hunker down even more, if Essex are en route to a victory. I remember talking to a county captain about kind of ball management, basically, and kind of how you look after the ball, everything being perfectly above board, who's actually saying the more the game in the UK is, and I might get this a little bit wrong, is how you manage your ball changes. I think you're either allowed to ask twice per 80 overs or you're allowed 2 ball changes per 80 overs. And so how you kind of time those, you want to look after the ball as best you can to keep it in as fit a condition as possible, but then when you play your card of, actually, sir, can we have a new one, please?
Trying everything he possibly can here is Jack White. He's been great to watch throughout this game, but you feel like these are the real tough yards now for this seam attack. It's only really when you watch the full 4 days that you get to realise just what a strain it is on the body and the mind and the heart and the will and the psyche. There's no other thing quite like English county cricket. In again, Curtly Jack White. Leg side, nothing doing. They keep on rolling on. 47 overs remaining, 36 gone in the innings, 52 for no loss, trailed by 120. The runs, which we thought might be a factor, don't appear to be anywhere near the thought process of Burns and Sibley. Quite right too. They've eaten up 226 balls between them.
We're going to have a look at some of Saif Zabe. He's replacing Rob Keogh from Vauxhall End. No, I think it's something that us as kind of lay people can't really quite get our heads around, is the mental toil and torture of losing a 4-day game. I think many club cricketers are familiar with the kind of the sheer dejection that accompanies losing a game over 1 day on a Saturday, and to kind of pour your heart and soul into a contest over 4 days and come out at the wrong side of it. You hear players talking about it often, just how difficult an experience that is.
Yeah, your heart does go out to the Northants boys. They've given absolutely everything here. Okay, so as Cameron says, Saeed Zabe into the attack, dragged down first up, left arm over, but Burns doesn't capitalise. Just taken the 4 wickets this year. Occasional bowler, just bowled 37 and a bit overs across the whole Red Bull campaign. And I guess this has been one of the challenges that they've had to try and overcome. Rob Keogh, their premier spinner, managed just 12 wickets at an average north of 50 per scalp. Zay picked up just the 4, as we say. And that will be 4. In fact, no, it's just got lagged up on the pitches there, so able to pull it in quite comfortably there. It seemed to just kick off one of those practice pitches. Took a lot of the pace out of it. Did you see that, Cameron?
It was odd. I felt like I was kind of seeing a video kind of jumper frame. I didn't really understand what was going on. The ball was not in the correct place my eyes expected it to be.
Better this time, fuller of length, but easily played. Not much turn on offer as yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of the skipper, Luke Proctor, himself in this innings.
Yeah, he looked good in the first innings. Bustling and busy and useful.
because of the nature, his kind of idiosyncrasies of his action, he bowls from almost over the top of his head. He has a natural shape on the ball, so even when the ball's a bit older, he's not necessarily going to be that reliant on the condition of the ball to get some sort of movement.
It's a bit low, but played tidily enough without any due alarms. Another one ticks by. 54 for no loss, 37 gone. So 3 down for Hampshire at Chelmsford, and I guess thoughts do start to wander to next week. So the final round of games begin on Tuesday. Will you be following any in the flesh, Cam?
I don't think I am. I don't think I'm employed for next week by anyone.
Right.
Great shame.
Well, you'll probably just wander around, just hang around in our office, I imagine, just
that is genuine.
cluttering up the place.
I've rarely had happier days than when I'm doing that. Just being a nuisance to everyone else who's hard at work.
You can come on the podcast. How about that? You can come on next week.
What a treat.
Have a chat. Can't pay you, but you can come along.
Oh,
yeah, and it's hard not to start picturing how this may play out. Hampshire will certainly not want to hand anything to Surrey on a plate in front of their home support in their final home game next week at the Aegeus. It will be a good event, and it will be a star-studded collection of players as well. You know, Hampshire have got some real stars, and they've got a very good side, and we're hearing that possibly the TV cameras might be there as well, and if so, that elevates the game again. And so, assuming that this is a draw here, and even if it's a draw at Chelmsford, then Surrey know that they need to win the game, really, because a draw isn't quite enough if Essex were to do the business at Wantage Road. So they will have to play front foot cricket, will Surrey, next week.
They'll also have the advantage, I believe, I don't know, I think this was, Surrey spoke about this at a forum or something, that they will get the likes of Jamie Smith and Will Jacks available from day 2. So they'll have a boost to their 11.
That's interesting. So I was actually going to posit that question. And so, of course, they're up with the ODI side at the moment. And there will be one game early on next week.
Yes.
Against Ireland. And then they'll be joining up with the team and available for day 2.
I believe so. I believe that's the rumours. The rumours I've been told.
Okay. Well, we were wondering that in the box next to us, and so that is a real fillet for Surrey if those two are available at any point. I'm hearing more news. Surrey fans, close your ears. 4 down now, Hampshire, and so Essex are doing that well. It's not showing on my card, but our trusty producer Jake has informed us 4 down. Fascinating times. And so if Essex do the business, 6 more wickets required, and how many overs left in that one? The best part of 48 overs left in that one, 6 more required. If Essex can get that one over the line, then it makes Surrey's job very clear, because bonus points are almost irrelevant. If they assume that Essex are able to get a result against Northants, and bear in mind Northants would have won just the 1 game all year and would have drawn just 4, including this one, then you would think Essex would be in the box seat to get that result, and so Surrey have to go to the Aegeus and win. Simple as that. Anything less than that, and Essex claim it.
It will be the most remarkable. If events transpire that Essex win today, win next week, and Surrey draw or lose at the Aegeus Bowl, it will be the most remarkable title victory, title charge. I don't even know if charge is the right word to describe Essex's season, because they'll have won their last 8 matches in a row to firm up the championship, which is completely remarkable. I said this yesterday. I went to refer to it as a late season run, and it's not a late season run if it's 8 matches, because it's over half the year.
Indeed. So 3 men on the onside now for that clip, and he has that tendency to get hit around the top of the thigh pad. midriff area to Dom Sibley, but he's doing just fine here. And Surrey can almost afford to relax, I would say. The game's starting to really amble through the afternoon. Simon Harmer 3 for 11 inside 4 overs. Blown them away so far. Middleton, Gubbins pressed. First innings Centurion goes for just 5. It's not done yet by any means, of course. Liam Dawson has been in excellent form with the bat. In excellent form, full stop. Another year he'd have played quite a lot more for England this summer. But he is just joining Nick James Vince at the crease.
Those are two Hampshire men.
Yeah, archetypes of Hampshire, those two. It's going to be Saib again, short again, and creamed this time by Rory Burns. Moves into the 40s. We haven't said that too often of late, but class has never been in question when it comes to Rory Burns. It was a bit of a drag down, it was there to hit. But he's just starting to move nicely here, and again, throwing it forward to next week. A skipper who's been going through a bad trot, getting some runs behind his belt. That'd be really useful.
No, Save got away with that exact delivery at the first ball of last over. It wasn't the greatest surprise that Burns put it away a second time.
Bit more bounce this time, and a fresh air shot, one of the few we've seen this afternoon. Just a reminder that it's not quite done yet. So short leg and a straightish mid-wicket and a tight mid-on as well. Just trying to squeeze Burns for room.
I can't quite see where a wicket's coming from this end at the moment.
Yeah, there's not an enormous amount of lateral turn here, in truth, which is maybe a reason why we haven't seen hardly any spin across the course of the game. This has been the approach really by the home team for much of the last couple of years. And of course with the rain around as well, that would have held back any chance of a pitch drying and turning.
This is a remarkable statistic this season, that Surrey have taken just 7 wickets all season with spin.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, but we saw it again last year as well. Will Jacks became a very useful fifth bowler and a containing spinner. Didn't take many wickets, and his average was relatively high, but he did a very useful and important job for them, and that's been more of the same this time round. If they do win this pennant this year, Surrey, then they will look to Worrell and look to Jordan Clark and the backup seamers of Atkinson and Laws and so on, and say this is where we won it.
But it was even like Will Jacks did a good enough job for Surrey to go to the Pakistan Test store and be a spinner for England there. Took a 6-wicket haul on debut, no less. If you just comparing his season this year to last, so this season he's bowled 384 balls for Surrey, and last year he bowled 1,587, taking 17 wickets. So there has, even in the reinvention of Jacks, there's kind of been a regression to him. Well, he hasn't played as many matches, but also hasn't been used with the ball as much as he was in previous years, or in previous year, singular.
$60 for naught, 39 gone. Surrey's storied openers have done the business here. He's been very tidy indeed off his pads. He hasn't tried to overhit it. Just lets the ball come on to the bat, deflects it tidily, quietly into the onside. That is his area. Dom Sibley, 20 from 103. He lives for days like this, does the big man. Burns slightly more expansive, 41 now. And he'll be casting half an eye on that that chance of a 50. As we say, it's been a pretty barren run for him. Just bringing up the Surrey averages for the year. And Rory Burns down in 12th position on that Surrey Championship averages list. Averaging just 25.7 coming into this game. And he's thrown his hands at this one, a first sign of real expansiveness against the seamers. And it's almost scuttled underneath the bat. 4 down at Chelmsford. 39 for 4 into the 13th. So Essex have plenty of time available to them to get the job done there and roll this rather chaotic circus along till next week, and what could be the mother of all finales. Burns solidly in behind it yet again. He's starting to enjoy his work, as we all are. Cameron.
I've got a man sat next to me on a table. It's very distracting.
Who might that be?
It's Daniel Norcross, waiting patiently for his turn to return to commentary.
45 for 4. James Vincent's double figures. Stop looking at me, Daniel. It's been a feature all day, isn't it? Rory Burns, he's got his mojo back. He's
talking about Daniel saying he's at the table.
Recalled where his off stump is. He's looked rock solid all afternoon. Just to calm a few 50-something nerves around here, probably for the best for all of us.
I think it'll be both one of the most hard-earned but simplest half-centuries if he does in fact reach the milestone. In the most recent overs, he's been trotting along at a decent rate.
He's played that nicely as well. That may well run across those practice pitches. Just reeled in for a couple then, so moves on to 43.
It really makes me grimace when I see players sliding across the square. I just think of like the legs, and it burns up the elbows and the shins. It's not worth it in my opinion. Just let it go. Let it go.
Especially in that instance as well. Runs not especially important at this stage, still over 100 in arrears. They could yet play a tiny part, I suppose, but only 43 overs scheduled on the clock left. This game has ebbed away from Northants.
I do remember a number of years ago, I think it was either Jason Roy or Rory Burns. There was a photo they shared on Twitter of I think it was Burns' elbow or kind of forearm after a season of fielding on the square at the Oval, and it was absolutely disgusting, Daniel.
Can you describe it?
Gammy, just raw. So
yes.
It's the type of thing you'd learn on a first aid course. You go for a first aid course at work. And
Ben Stokes wears those tuba grippy things, doesn't he?
Very wise, very sensible.
Wise. Yes, I made the mistake of doing that for the first time many years ago when I played at Fenners, which has a very big square.
Yeah.
And a very lovely outfield. But the thing about these very big squares, these lovely outfields, they are rather hard. And I sort of, gadded about like a spring lamb, diving for the ball, and I didn't have a lot of skin left when I'd finished. It was horrible.
It's just like, remember the old AstroTurfs, sand-based AstroTurfs? They were rock hard. They were absolutely horrible. Of course, my football team QPR used to have a AstroTurf pitch.
They did, didn't they? Yes.
The way to endear yourself to the fans was to get a big slide tackle in early.
Now this is intriguing. Broad is into the attack, not Stewart, who featured so prominently here about 7 weeks ago on his test match hurrah. Justin.
He doesn't bowl irregularly when he's in the side. He's just got the 2 first-class wickets. He's sent down 20 overs in first-class cricket.
I like this move though. Try to break the concentration, and Sibley picks up the run on a couple of runs on offer on the pads. I think Phil Walker's probably right that runs are not going to be the deciding factor, but it's nice to have them if you're just of a slightly nervous disposition, because
correct,
if Surrey can get ahead, then that does just even further tilt the balance, the equation in their direction. You can see there 42.4 overs remaining. I'll run you through the likelihood of that in a moment. Well, I'll do it for you now. Yesterday they came off at 5:15 before a large thunderstorm, but while the sky itself was relatively clear, but it does get dark quickly this time of year. We're discussing with Adam Collins about what the start time should be in late September. And to run you through the thinking, around about this time of year, we lose about 3 minutes 55 seconds a day. We're losing roughly 2 minutes at either end of the day. This isn't hard, Cameron. You can do this.
It's not hard. I thought it might be quite dull.
But on the 3rd of September, you see, on the 3rd of September to the 22nd of September, that's a 38-minute difference.
Just made okay.
Now that's quite a lot.
You've drawn me back a little bit.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah. No, okay.
So that's why the 3rd of September, starting at 10:30, seems fine. Starting at 10:30 on the 22nd of September,
less fine.
Less fine. Very hard. Actually, to get through to 5:30 is not guaranteed. Now, the minimum overs remaining today, say 42.2. We're 25 minutes away from tea. They might bowl 7 overs. In that time, that takes us to 35 overs. It might, probably nearer 6 and a bit. But let's be hopeful for Northampton's sake. So they'd have 35 overs after tea. Now, they come back out at 3:30. It got too dark to play by 5:15. So you're unlikely to get in those 35 overs in that period of time, even if they manage to stretch it and the skies are beautiful and they get through to 5:30. You're still looking at sort of 32 of those overs.
So having initially poo-pooed the kind of spin rotation of the Earth and how much time we're losing,
which I do think one should never poo-poo.
I think with hindsight, I believe you're correct. So we lose 4 minutes a day, roughly
this time of year, yes.
In London, that is. But so how does that fluctuate if we were in Edinburgh, for instance?
Yes, it'd be a little bit more up there. Yep. The changes become that much more
is there
dramatic.
In particular? Yeah, I guess.
The further north you are,
of course, because the days
the
and
more
nights
you'll lose per day, as indeed the more you gain per day at the commensurate time on the other side.
So I was interested to know. I was hoping you may be able to tell me if it was a 6 minute-er.
Well, in Reykjavik, it's about 6.5 to 7 minutes
a day.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think so. I spend quite a bit of time obsessing over these things. Whereas down in India, just a bit closer to the equator,
yep,
probably looking about a minute, if that. Intriguing appeal, that. Not quite sure what for. It's a little brush of something, perhaps.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they're appealing for LBW.
It might be. I mean, Sibley's left this alone. Yes, it's brushed the thigh pad really rather high up. No shot offered, so it doesn't matter where it's hit him in terms of line, but outside the off stump, but it does matter in terms of height.
No, I did find, without wishing to kind of tell on you to the headmaster as well, I did enjoy a couple of days ago you providing a journalistic photo of evidence of the ground, of the state of the ground, which I thought was very impressive and keeping everyone up to date. But I'd also noticed it was from the opposite side of the ground to where we are. And there may have been a drinks on and you had made your way over. You'd worked out your timings very well.
Might have been in the Wisden offices, mightn't it, I
Correct,
suppose?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's important to capture the action from all round the ground.
Exactly, I think it's very important as well.
Also, we spend pretty much all our time here staring at the magnificent Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. It is a different old view you get when you look out at the gas holder.
It is an incredible view from the Wisden offices, which I think, having been lucky enough to work for them on a number of occasions.
If you get any work done, you just gaze out
quite
wistfully, sensing the ghosts of great players of the past. Tom Richardson, Bobby Abel, Bernard Constable. "20 minutes to go till tea, 19 minutes. This could be pretty handy here for Burns. To a lesser degree Sibley, who's not had a bad season, but for Burns to get some time in the middle before Surrey go to Hampshire in a game they may very well have to win next week if they want to retain the county championship.
Essex remain, or Hampshire remain 4 down for the moment. The requirement is 214 or 44.2 remaining.
Again though, that's going to be, I think those 44.2 overs are a little notional, especially because Essex is in the east, so their light just fades that little bit earlier. Whereas at Taunton, for example, Cameron, or Cardiff,
locations to the west.
That's correct. It lasts a little bit longer into the evening. Not a lot.
But why would
Paul
east to west?
Oh dear. Do I have to explain that one?
No, because I know the sun rises in the east, but I'm interested in how the relationship between north to south, east to west.
Well, there's a lot of relationships going on.
Can you tell Yas instead?
Of course, yes.
Great. I'll be on my way.
See, this is, I suppose, why the country's in the state it's in. 66 without loss, 42 overs gone. Mercifully, an altogether more curious and erudite young man is coming to join me.
Hello, Dan.
Yes, hello. You're here for the last 18 minutes before tea, and this game is petering at the moment. Northants are trying different things to no avail. Burns and Sibley have been rock solid. Can't think of them offering a chance yet.
Very early on, Burns edged one to third slip, and to the naked eye from up here, it looked like Hassan Azad caught it. The bowler and keeper thought it was out, but there was nothing from the slip cord. It probably didn't
quite
just carry. Yeah. On what's going on at Chelmsford, something that the scoreboard doesn't tell you is that Essex have dropped 2 catches in the deep.
Dropped an absolute sitter, didn't they, Walter? But he got the man next over, did he? That's going to run away for 4. Lovely little fine tickle from Burns. Just straying onto the pads. And Burns will take those 4s when he can. Gets that deficit down to 102. As I say, I think it's probably not going to be relevant, but in terms of insurance, it would be nice from a Surrey point of view.
Yeah, Matt Critchley dropped a much tougher chance just a few overs ago.
Pick up at least another 1 here. Might get back for 2. They do. So Burns moves to the threshold of a half century. Been a tough old season for the skipper.
1 run short of 50, but it is already a statistically significant knock from Burns. Had he fallen for under 40, I think his first class average would have dropped under 40 for the first time in a very long time.
Deficit now exactly 100. It's been a great partnership this. The shame for Surrey in this game is what might have been. A couple of drop catches, key ones from players who went on to score big. 150 for Curran there. Tom Taylor as well with that marvellous attacking 60 odd. Both offered chances early in their innings. Had Surrey got them out, then even had they replicated that rather disappointing first innings, they would have been there or thereabouts. It would have forced Northants into trying to set the game up, and in so doing they might have handed victory to Surrey instead. That was still on the cards this morning if Surrey had been able to get up beyond the follow-on. Northants would have had to come out, bash a few quick runs and then give themselves as long as possible to bowl Surrey out. They could well have given quite a generous declaration, 72 without loss after 43, but the moment Surrey failed to get to that follow-on target was the moment that this was going to be how they approached it. And I think this was what you were kind of driving at earlier today, Yas, when you came up with a theory that was somewhat poo-pooed by Phil Walker, but I liked your thinking, which is that in order to entice Surrey into maybe contemplating the win, They needed to be set a target, but if they're following on, they can't win. So what do you do if you can't win? You make damn sure you don't lose. And there are two no finer opponents of the block around, really, than Dom Sibley and Rory Burns, and this was the nightmare scenario that Northampton rather created for themselves by putting Surrey back in. I'd have to say, though, that I wasn't at all surprised they did. I thought it would have been an extremely bold move not to do that, because they felt they had 80 odd overs to bowl Surrey out, and that was their best chance of forcing victory, and it makes perfect sense. But the peril of that is that they're watching Dom Sibley leave ball after ball, and time is ticking away. These two have batted well over now half the required number of overs, and probably well more than that given the likelihood of bad light intervening later.
Sibley's faced 114 deliveries. I think he wafted at one delivery that moved away late from Ben Sanderson. But other than that, he's not really made an error in judgment.
And he's played one of the great Surrey innings this year, that remarkable match-winning knock. I mean, it was he and Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith against Kent, chasing down what would have been the record. It's a Surrey record, but had Kent just been a little bit better and scored another 3 runs, then Surrey would have got the outright record.
In all first-class cricket or county championship?
It was the longest or slowest 100 in county championship history from Dom Sibley. An epic effort. Oh, that's just burst through keeper's hands, and before more. Takes that deficit down now, below 3 figures.
McManus just inspecting the state of his fingers as he let that one through. Now, there might be Northants fans thinking, what are we going on about, saying that if Surrey had taken a couple of chances, they'd have a good chance of winning, especially given that Surrey have followed on. But it's who they dropped and when.
Naya on 11
and
Taylor on 0.
0.
And that partnership was 130 odd.
And Naya ended up scoring 150 himself. So Surrey definitely didn't bowl as well as they have for most of this season, but with how they bowled, had they taken their chances, a score of 175, 190 could have been on the cards, and that's a completely different game. So much more time left for a result,
and the onus on Northants to force that result as well.
In the end, Northants' first innings was still going on the morning of day 3.
About 10 minutes or so now to go till tea. Tea fixed on the last day, we're assured. 3:10 till 3:30. I say that, I'm a hostage to fortune when they keep going till there are 32 overs left, but that's what we think is the situation. End of the over, another tight one from Taylor. 76 without loss, a deficit 96. Burns will be on strike in search of that half century.
There are some awards handed out last night at Surrey, Dan. If you were to give out some awards for Surrey this season, who would your player of the year be?
Very difficult, because I'm looking at Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott. I suppose he's slightly disbarred by not being back here for the back end, through no fault of his own, of course. Dan Worrell. I mean, I'm looking really at the bowlers for the most part. Ollie Pope contributed splendidly at the start of the season, match-winning 100 early on, back in April. But I don't think the batting specifically has shone. Sporadically shone, that remarkable run chase we've already mentioned, and a couple of 9-wicket victories, but it's the bowlers who've set them up. So I'd be looking at a bowler. I think Abbott's contribution with bat and ball was so important early on. probably, as Rory Burns brings up his half century, a nice guided push down towards deep third. They'll trot through for 3. And a half century for the skipper. He's done a lot to get Surrey out of trouble when they were asked to follow on at 11:35 this morning. Aside from the lunch break, he's been there the rest of the time.
It might not be as glamorous as Essex's final day push for victory against Hampshire, but to win titles you've got to get through these ugly days as well, and Burns has done a brilliant job. Not been at his best for large sections of the season, particularly in the second half, but a really important knock. Sorry, we're up against it this morning. As we said earlier, the win was off the cards really once they didn't get within 150 and were invited to follow on by Northants. But now with 38.3 overs, and that's light permitting, Surrey are well on their way to securing a draw, an important draw as well.
It's been a really good knock. Had to be very patient early on. Surrey were going at 1 and over after 22 overs, at 30 off 25. And that's going to be 4 more. Can't stray onto the pads. Broad's done that before, and Burns, same treatment.
Yeah, a little bit loose from Broad. Not quite the same control of his line as we've seen from the other Northants bowlers throughout not only today but yesterday. They've been really disciplined. Basically bowled, nearly 110 overs on the trot now. And also with that slightly older ball, Luke Proctor still on the attack, 3 slips in place, which means there are going to be gaps elsewhere. Burns 56 off 150. I don't have the exact breakdown in front of me, but I get the sense that over his last 50 or so balls that the run scoring's really accelerated.
Yeah, so what he's done so well is he's put away the bad ball. He had a couple from the left arm spinner and now from Broad.
When we were last on together, you were talking about the dangers of when you get in your bunker and trapped in your bunker, but when the scoring option presents itself, you don't take it. But as you say, Burns has actually done a really good job recently of when there's been a ball to attack, he's attacked it. And you know, we were talking earlier about how important it was that Surrey make serious inroads on the Northants lead,
and safely attacked as well. It's
yeah,
not, you know, he put away the short ball by cutting it into the ground. He's flicked away those balls by keeping bat, pad and hands close together, turning the wrist and finding the short fine leg boundary. It is short down there. And now Sibley moves to a quarter century.
I was looking at the Division 1 numbers earlier, and Sibley, this might not come as a huge surprise, but he has faced the most balls out of all the openers in Division 1 this season by yes, 200 or so. Ben Compton in second place and Alistair Cook in third. Not quite top of the list when you factor in all batters of all positions. James Rew tops that list.
Well, openers shouldn't be facing the most balls these days, because opening the batting in England is very tricky. You find yourself doing it in April and May and September. Against the Duke's ball, we've seen in the Test arena how difficult it can be to open the batting, so it's a fine distinction to have. You asked me my player of the year. I think on reflection I would probably go with Jordan Clark. Contributions with bat and ball. There's an errant pigeon here. He's got very interested in both umpire and player, and he won't go very far away. Now he's been shooed off. He might be coming back for more. I think he is, you know. Finally thinks better of it. There's something that's attracting his attention, not a million miles from the umpire. The umpire is turning around and having a little look at that pigeon. He does not trust it, not 1 inch. Now the pigeon is encroaching further.
Well, the issue is that the pigeon was stationed precisely halfway through Tom Taylor's run-up.
Well, he is now. It was intriguing to me, the test match here. We saw no pigeons. Pigeons are Surrey, a very, very popular feature. No pigeons. And we think the only thing that's different was Spider Cam. It acted like a sort of giant hawk in the sky. So Surrey now halfway to Northants. Total from the start of this innings, 172 behind they were when they went back out to bat a second time. And now 86 without loss.
Viewers might have noticed that the frequency of our Chelmsford updates has slowed recently, which must mean good news.
Oh no, does it not?
It is good news from a Surrey point of view. Hampshire is still 4 down, 86 for 4.
Oh, but they're going for it, aren't they?
181 runs to win, 40 overs remaining. James Vince is 40 off 25.
I don't like that.
It's quite interesting when...
I'd like Vince to be 60 off 160.
when Tom Prest was out off arm, he was caught at short leg, 2 balls after being dropped in the deep. It was a defensive shot that he got out to, and Harmer on a final day pitch when there's turn and bounce, he's not an easy man to just block out.
No, so I suppose the attacking option you're thinking is as good as, if not better than defence.
I think particularly with someone like James Vince, who's one of the best players of spin in the country. Still a long way to go for Hampshire though, 181 runs to win.
The tea will be coming shortly there, as it does here. It's still 3 in Chelmsford, even if it gets darker ever so slightly earlier. It is only a very small amount earlier, I should point out, not making enormous claims for it. Last ball of the over. Sibley survives and prospers, picks up another run. So there will be one more over before tea. And then we will have 36 in the evening session. I wonder how many of those 36 will be bowled. You made a very good point to me, Yas, over lunch, when I was wondering at what point, if Surrey dig in and Northants are thwarted, that the players would shake hands. He said, well, it's not a good look when you're trying to stay up to be shaking hands,
yes,
leaving any balls out there at all. Now, obviously, there comes a point, and if you need 10 wickets and there are 9 balls remaining, I don't know if they'd take it that far, but we don't know if we'll get to that scenario.
This has always been a bugbear of mine. There was an England-Pakistan test.
Oh, yes, COVID test
match,
the
when England
one
shook hands, but I think they needed 6 wickets from the final hour.
That's right.
And I just think, well, you could still win that. Obviously, it's very, very unlikely. But why? Why are you ending this game?
Well, I was there.
Yeah.
And I think I know why. I'll try to explain. So England had won the series, hadn't they? Is that
yes.
right? And I know you might make the very good point that there was World Test Championship points at stake. But having been in those bubbles, for the players, very difficult. For the broadcasters, quite difficult. Less so, I've got to say, for someone like me who came in to do 3 of the 6 games. So actually, because we were living the lives of hermits, really, we couldn't afford to catch COVID and be in the grounds, because it would have closed down the entire match, and the broadcast and the ECB's funding would have been in jeopardy. So we all of us lived even more hermetic lifestyles than other members of the public. And so actually, when you turned up for a game, it was lovely to see people, to see Tuffers and to have a drink with him and have company.
Yeah.
But for the players, the relentlessness of those bubbles with the same people away from their families. You remember Jofra Archer being sanctioned for just going and visiting his dog for 10 minutes. It was a tough old thing, and we were surprised that they shook hands, but within 10 minutes we saw all the players' cars driving out of the Aegeus Bowl.
Karen Nair into the attack, by the way, sort of an indication of the desperation maybe for Northants that they're resorting to their 8th bowler when they still need 10 wickets.
I've not seen him bowl before.
No.
He's got one more ball in this over, and then it will be tea. One more ball for Sibley to survive, to get through this session, for Burns and Sibley to get through this session unscathed, together with the 55 minutes. They also survived before lunch. Epic partnership. Increasingly looks like a match-saving partnership. It is the end of the over. I'm going to discover now whether I'm right. Yes, it is tea. So, Surrey, 47 overs into this stonewalling marathon. 91 without loss. For Northants, the spectre of relegation looms large. Burns has batted really well, fluently towards the back end of that session. Sibley has just stayed in his own bubble. And Surrey have probably got to survive about another hour and 3/4, maybe 2 hours. Let's say that somehow the light does prevail. 36 overs it will be at most, with 10 wickets in hand. Yas Rana, I think there are a lot of people breathing a little more easily around the Keir Oval at tea than they were at lunch.
Yeah, I think you could tell almost from that, not quite a roar, but the cheer from the pavilion as the session came to an end. The members here know how important that session was. It's not been the most thrilling of viewing at times, but Burns and Sibley have done a brilliant job just grinding through that session. That early period when the ball was still doing a fair bit, Ben Sanderson bowled an excellent spell, unlucky not to pick up a wicket, challenging both edges. Burns and Sibley did really well to get through that, and the last hour or so has been more pleasant for them, more comfortable, and they've earned that really with their excellent work against the new ball. And now, as we saw towards the end of that session, they resort to the likes of Zai, Broad and Nair, bowlers that they didn't turn to in the first innings. That Northamptonshire probably getting increasingly desperate, and also probably realising what is about to happen. Relegation is a now near certainty for Northamptonshire.
Well, they've got one session to try to find a miracle to try and take those 10 Surrey wickets. Surrey 81 runs behind. As you can see on the map summary, we're going to go and have a spot of tea. When we come back, it'll be the final session of County Championship cricket at the Oval for 2023. A poignant thought. Join us for that. Welcome back, everyone. This is it, the last session of County Championship Cricket at the Kier Oval 2023. Burns and Sibley resume 91 without loss. The task before them, maybe just them, maybe the likes of Ryan Patel, Sai Sudharsan et al, is to get through this session with a draw, and they are very well placed. 36 overs remain in the day. Bad light could become a factor later on if we even get that far. Hands can be shaken at 4:30 at the start of the last hour, but whether a side in grave danger of relegation takes that option remains to be seen. I somewhat doubt it, so Surrey are going to have to think here about some more hard graft. But that ball is now 47 overs old. Burns and Sibley have batted since 11:35 today, when Surrey were put back into bat after failing to reach the follow-on target of 208, losing those 4 wickets rapidly this morning for just 27 runs. And so they have this session to survive. The sun is out, the light is good. And it looks as if Broad is going to start up from the pavilion end, very nearly. Got a little inside edge of Burns' bat. Cameron Ponsonby is alongside me as we prepare to bid farewell to another epic season here at the People's Home of Cricket.
Goodness me, if it hit me, I've become emotional all of a sudden.
Well, you should do. You should do, because you know what comes next, don't you? The grim travails of the off-season as autumn and its wet grip gives way to the icy darkness of winter.
I'm going to the Caribbean in December. I'm fine with it.
Pitched outside leg, won't interest the umpire, that one. So you're going off to watch England's one-day squad, are you?
I am indeed. I'll be out there covering that series.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yes. Why do I never wangle these gigs?
It's right, but if you follow my suit, you just kind of go way back early in your career, and you have to pay to get yourself there. And you say, and then you make yourself available to all these various websites and newspapers.
Sounds like a lot of hard work, really.
No.
Of course, a World T20 is taking place in the Caribbean and America. The 3 venues were confirmed in America, at least.
They were indeed.
Texas, New York, and Florida. Do we know where the Caribbean venues are?
I don't think we know for sure those yet. I think the most interesting thing of the 3 American facilities, one is where is in Dallas, which is Grand Prairie Stadium, which hosted much of Major League Cricket. There is one in Florida, which I believe is Nassau County, which isn't Fort Lauderdale, which is kind of one where often West Indies have played a few of their matches.
Yes, I wondered why that wasn't.
I was confused by that also. But the most interesting one is the current non-existent ground in America. It's a 30 in New York even, sorry. They're going to build a 36,000 seater stadium there.
In that time? That seems highly ambitious.
Correct.
That's nicely played by Burns. He's going to get some more runs here. So running away towards the groundsman's hut. And it'll be 4 more. The deficit now down to 77. Surrey approach 100. Interesting move this, starting with Broad. I would have thought, as we look at the replay, the problem for Broad has been he has strayed onto the pads of Burns, and on every occasion he's been roundly punished. A couple of fine tickles down the fine leg boundary when Broad was bowling from the Vauxhall end. Now bowling from the pavilion end, half volley on leg stump. And with 36 overs effectively to bowl Surrey out, and perhaps a little fewer than that.
Yes.
Did you not think they might just go gangbusters with White Sanderson?
I didn't, and only because Broad's a mighty fine bowler in his own right, and likewise Saib and Rob Keogh. But I think there was a moment earlier in that halfway through that middle session where I think Northamptonshire kind of cut their losses and decided, let's not run our players into the ground and completely ruin them. And I think this is kind of bowler protection and injury prevention as much as anything. without wanting to break any illusion that we might not be heading for a draw, but whisper it very quietly.
Cameron Ponsonby is going to continue. Well, just before the tea break. It's the 1 over. So that does seem to play into your suggestion here. Still attacking is Proctor, but also wondered if the skipper might not bring himself onto bowl.
And just to continue on the sites of the cricket in America, so one of the locations they had shortlisted was Morrisville in North Carolina, which hosted a third of Major League Cricket. Just having spoken to players who played in that competition, their kind of feeling was Grand Prairie, like 2 thumbs up, excellent, proper facility, proper ground. Morrisville, as lovely as it was to play in it.
Oh, now then, looking to whack that ball back past the bowler, and it's got tangled up with Rory Burns, the non-striker's end.
It had a bit
saved a 4 there, I think, did Rory Burns. Couldn't quite disentangle himself in time.
Morris had an outground field. There was and Glenn Phillips was very complimentary about it. I think held about 2,500. But whether it was fit to host a World Cup in such a short period of time.
He's got it through this time. That'll be 4. And now Sibley's opening his shoulders. And the deficit is coming down rapidly. Just 73 behind now, Surrey. 99 without loss. They've safely negotiated the first 2 overs after tea. They've been quite friendly overs, it must be said.
It's a wonderful shot nevertheless. It was just there, just strayed in length, got a bit too full. Simply whipped the ball through mid-wicket. I was musing downstairs about whether we could see a scenario where Rory Burns brings up his century and his celebration is to offer a handshake to Luke Proctor and say, I'm done now actually, we can stop.
Well, they can't officially until 4:30.
If he can just time his innings.
He can time it perfectly.
Yes.
I've been talking to Andrew Radd, BBC Northampton's correspondent. So it's been tickled fine. It's going to be 4 more. Boundaries are coming at a flourish now. And again, that's Broad not getting his line right. 100 up for Surrey. And the terrors of earlier in the day have departed. We now have a rather wistful, elegiac scene playing out.
So we might even be seeing Northamptonshire play for that tuck off the hip. They're moving in a leg slip. I believe it's Amelia Gay who's taken up station.
It's been the single, fielder out there, deep mid-wicket. It's quite the thing to do a World T20 in America at all. And the UAE hosted one, sort of fag end of COVID really, wasn't it? That wasn't very well attended. And then we went to Australia, and I'm sorry to say I was out there for that. That wasn't very well attended, except when India played Pakistan. It was an epic game. And when India played anybody really, there were a lot of people. When England played India in the semi-final, and the final was a large attendance. Oh, super shot from Sibley. You can feel the anxiety melting away here for both these openers and for Surrey's fans.
It's pretty gentle from Broad, just straying onto Sibley's pads. I think this game pressure is kind of lifting everywhere. I think everyone feels quite comfortable at the moment, almost kind of like idyllic English county cricket scene playing out in front of us.
Well, this didn't seem remotely possible at lunch, or indeed for the first hour and a half after lunch, but there is a scenario in which they can shake hands at 4:20.
And why is that, Daniel?
I thought he might ask me that. Well, if Surrey can get beyond Northants, then they can agree to declare.
Of course, yes. Is there a world where you could agree to declare with Surrey 1 run in the lead,
and then
go back on it.
No, yes. Well, I genuinely don't know the answer to that. I think it would possibly be the most skullduggerous thing that's ever happened in the game of cricket, including the underarm ball.
It'd be phenomenal. It would be fantastic.
It would not be fantastic.
I've been watching a lot of Suits recently. A very accurate programme on law.
So here it's almost a documentary, isn't it? End of the over, another one safely negotiated. 33 remain in the day. Surrey 64 runs behind.
If you don't have it written down, it doesn't exist. Yeah. So Luke Proctor. So what we're saying is Luke Proctor does have a route to victory here. He just needs to give Surrey 65 more runs in the next.
Is that the plan, do you think?
Half of that 35 minutes. Say, look, change of innings will take us over 20 past 4. We can shake hands, we'll go home. And then he goes, no. We're coming out to have a bat. Hassan Azad and Emilio Gay knock off, 2 runs to win. Northamptonshire knock over Essex next week as well. And the Great Escape is secured. Are you not striking me as convinced by this plan?
Well, I do slightly wonder if the umpires get involved at this stage and you get what's called a verbal contract, which is overseen by the umpires, who refuse to come out themselves. Of course, if Surrey refuse to bowl and the umpires refuse to umpire...
I'm only in season 3. I haven't seen season 4 of Suits yet, but they
I'm sorry about that. Yes, I've ruined it. Spoiler alert.
I believe, yeah, season 4. I think it's Sue Redfern and Phil Mustard come into play as the kind of umpires involved in that particular.
Very topical. Sue Redfern, of course, today announced as standing in the county championship match at Glamorgan. Is it next week?
It is indeed. Glamorgan against, I'm afraid to say I can't remember their opponents.
I'm going to do a couple of shout outs over the course of the next 20 minutes because of course the game might be over before I come back on.
Oh goodness.
That's a beauty from there. Spitting past the outside edge of Burns' bat. A little bit more work to do here. And it's inspired by the finger chicken sandwich I had at tea, which was absolutely stunningly delicious.
It's been getting the most rave reviews. I think this is
just the right amount of mayonnaise. Terrifically flavoured chicken.
A well-travelled cricket commentary topic of conversation is the tea time food, and they've had at the Oval this year, the Kia Oval, I should say. They've had these chicken and tarragon finger sandwiches.
It's very nice.
Which have been wonderful. I've been a great fan, and then. Lo and behold,
today,
a swathe of journalists come out and say, have you had one of these chicken sandwiches from today?
They are exceptional.
I had one on the
They're
way.
like southern fried chicken.
Yes, they are indeed.
With a little bit of lettuce, but a lot of mayonnaise. Just the right amount. And the spices in the chicken. The mayonnaise, the depth, the unguents. Oh, it's lovely.
Is that what your shout out was going to be?
Yes, I wanted to shout out to the hospitality we've received at the Kia Oval throughout this season.
That's better than if it was just for the.
No, it wasn't for the sandwich.
Yeah,
I mean, it's hard to know.
I think that'd be misplaced. I didn't.
Yes, the southern fried chicken did not die in vain. That's going to be 4 more. And that was nothing more than a little push from Sibley. He's so strong on the leg side. And he now moves into the 40s. The deficit is down to 60. And we are easing our way now to a shaking of the hands, to a drawn match, and to everything going down to the last round of matches next week. Surrey, of course, down at the Aegeus Bowl, the outskirts of Southampton. Essex will be going up to relegated Northamptonshire at Wanstead Road. Wantage. My father-in-law lives in Wanstead. That's where I got confused.
I'd be surprised if Northamptonshire played their cricket at your father-in-law's house.
It would be unusual, yes. But we have been right royally treated. Thank you, Steve, downstairs.
Absolutely.
Who's looked after us pretty much every day of county championship action here. He feeds us royally. He safely guards the coffee machine from would-be predators.
He's not here, he's working at the Emirates, seeing Arsenal for various glories. He was there.
Passionate fan, he's a passionate fan.
Absolutely. I chatted to him earlier today about whether he believed Arsenal were kind of, could they challenge for the title? He kind of looked at me with great disdain.
Challenge for it?
Like, come on,
they've won it already. Like many an Arsenal fan, he didn't have many kind words to say about Tottenham Hotspur or that lot.
Yeah, I think that's allowed. That's the kind of civic duty.
I think it is, yes. There is continuing.
I had a moment of great disappointment a couple of days ago. So I live very close to the Emirates Stadium. I got a call from a mate. He said, "Hi mate, I've managed to get a ticket to the North London derby."
Oh,
and I thought,
hang on. Was it Barnet against Watford, was it?
It wasn't. It was Arsenal versus Tottenham at the Emirates
right.
this Sunday. He said, "I've got a ticket. I've got a spare ticket. I managed to get my hands on a spare ticket." And I got very excited. I was like, "I'd absolutely love to go to that." He went, "So would you like to grab a coffee or a beer just before kick-off, and then I'll go off to the match?" And he was just referring to himself having a ticket. There was no offer to me at all.
So how marvellously lacking in self-awareness that is.
I went from spending my Sunday at the Emirates watching the North London derby to having an oat flat white at 1 o'clock. How rubbish.
The field is quite a deep set at mid-on, actually mid-off as well, so there's a really easy single if the ball's just gently pushed in that direction. All of the air has gone out of this game. There's very little enthusiasm in the field. It's been cracked away by Burns. He's not going to get 4 for it, but he's coming back for a couple.
The sound off the bat did not correlate with the speed at which it travelled.
Did it? No.
It sounded phenomenal, a real kind of whip crack. And the ball actually kind of only trundled out to that cover sweeper.
Another over gone, just the 30 now remaining, and the deficit just 56.
So I remember talking to, so one of the great differences between kind of cricket grounds in the UK and cricket grounds in Australia is many cricket grounds in Australia are kind of primarily actually Aussie rules football grounds. And so whereas here at the Oval you have a vast square that runs across the length of the pitch, in Australia you'll have a drop-in wicket, and then the surrounds are in effect the grass of a football pitch. So they talk about the MCG, the 12th man, the 12th fielder at the MCG, because the idea that when you hit that ball firmly into the ground, rather than it skipping on like it would at the Oval and gathering pace and running away to the boundary, it stops and really holds up. And so they always kind of refer to that at various grounds in Australia, which are double up as Aussie rules grounds, as having that 12th fielder in the ring. It's a wonderful cover drive from Dominic Sibley. That's my God. It's only the egg sandwich this time, actually. It's not even the chicken one.
It's very nice as well.
Well, it's Dom Sibley here. It's putting on a little bit of an exhibition. It's been an incredibly tame bowling display in the last 20 minutes, but when they have veered from their line or length, he's been very clinical in his execution there, driving quite extravagantly through the offside. Time back on his haunches and defending. We'll tick along to another half century shortly. Safe save approaches the end. His 4th over. 4 dots and the boundary so far of his current showing. Time the ball's bunted up to mid-on, and as Daniel noted earlier, both mid-on and mid-off are set quite deep, and I wouldn't say are...
They're very generously set, I'd say.
They're very generously set. I wouldn't say they're quite fielding on their toes. I think
no.
I think in terms of a...
Sort of there to get the ball back as quickly as possible to the bowler without stopping the run. End of another over, just 29 now remain. We're not going to go that far, I fancy now. But for both these batters, we've had slightly contrasting seasons. Rory Burns, I think, would love to get 100 under his belt. And it'd be a valuable one. It won't, maybe if he does get there, the last 30 odd runs might have been a little cheaper, but he's had to work very hard to get there. Because when he came out to bat at 11:35 this morning, Surrey were in desperate peril. What a difference a long and safe partnership can make. Here we go, there's another single. Just pushed up to mid-on. I'm quite surprised, going back to the World T20, that they announced the American venues but not the Caribbean venues.
I imagine there's a greater... I'd have to also double check this, but the logistics of obviously dealing with the Caribbean, you're dealing with multiple nations.
Yes, I mean, I wonder how many venues they need. When we were out in Australia, we did play in all the traditional venues, plus Hobart and Geelong for the qualifying.
I really liked the stadium in Geelong.
I didn't go there, I was in Hobart.
It's a new build, and I learned this from Adam Collins, our co-commentator, who isn't here today. So Geelong is a bellwether kind of district or council, whatever you want to say. So basically, whichever way Geelong votes, normally that's replicated in the result of the kind of general election.
Oh, like sort of Worcester.
Very much so. Two very similar places. And the reason that's important is because in this kind of suburb of Melbourne, you have this beautiful, stunning stadium, and it's slowly over the last however many years been regenerated.
Regenerated?
That's not a word.
No, it isn't.
Renovated and regenerated are both words, though.
They are.
You can combine them if you try very hard.
Well, you did, and you did it terrifically.
Thank you very much.
28 remain.
But the result is that basically, whoever is the challenging, or whoever wishes to win the election, the promise they make to the local areas, we're going to do up the east stand, and then the following election we'll do up the north stand. And so now you have this wonderful modern stadium.
So it just gets better and better after every election.
Absolutely, and because it was very unusual dimensions to play a cricket match in, because it was very narrow and very long. It was replicating it was a very narrow Aussie rules football stadium in effect.
It is that neck of the woods where Aussie rules is so prevalent, isn't it?
It really you mentioned earlier about kind of how in pockets poorly attended the Aussie T20 World Cup was, and I hadn't, it was something I only really learnt whilst kind of living over there for a little while, and something I hadn't appreciated was how binary or the Aussies' interest in cricket is. If it's not December and not January, not interested. That's Aussie rules football time. I'll tune into cricket.
Oh, strangled appeal. Not any great enthusiastic one. No, October it felt like they weren't remotely geared up for the prospect of cricket in Hobart. I mean, it was freezing cold as well. I don't think I've ever been anywhere as cold as Hobart was at the start of that T20 World Cup. 6 degrees it was one day.
That's too cold.
Yes, well, I felt rather smug because I'd taken my winter coat, but my colleagues Henry Moran and Alex Hartley were farting about in a linen shirt and a thin jacket. I had to frog march them to an outdoor shop and buy them what's called a Tassie tuxedo.
Oh, nice. What is a Tassie tuxedo?
A Tassie tuxedo is basically just a puffer coat.
Ah.
You know, the sort of things that are rather prevalent these days.
So you could call it like a Scottish suit.
As you could do, but it's just cold all over England and Scotland and Britain generally, isn't it? So the reasoning being that Tasmania is so south and it's so surrounded by cold water that it is actually quite cold in Tasmania for much of the time, as it proved to be. I felt especially bad for some of the teams. Ireland were fine with it, Zimbabwe not so much. That's nicely played. It's being pursued without any great eagerness. That's 4 more for Sibley. It brings him his half century. He's had a fine season coming back to his home here, Surrey. It's another half century, goes to 53. He's featured prominently in a number of Surrey's wins this season. And this first wicket partnership continues to thwart Northants, who have almost really mentally checked out of this game now, I think. Sibley and Burns denied themselves to such great effect before lunch and first hour after lunch.
It was also that World Cup, how on the one hand it was poorly attended, but kind of Cricket Australia were having, I don't know what the right word is, introspections.
Oh, a lovely use of the feet. 4 more for Sibley. The deficit now just 41.
Where because so many games, so many Australian games are being very poorly attended. You see a replay of now getting slightly too full. Simply skipping down the ground, driving strongly.
Nice work by Burns at on striker's end. They're very nonchalant little nutmeg, self-nutmeg, if you like. Goes again, but it'll only be the single this time. So that's deeply positioned mid-on. Jack White. Sibley will keep the strike. 132 without loss. The deficit just 40. 26 overs remain.
There was this huge, so I remember I was at India, Zimbabwe at the MCG, and there was 80,000 people there for what was in effect a kind of a run-of-the-mill group stage game that everyone kind of knew what the result was going to be before they arrived.
Whenever India played.
Correct. And so Cricket Australia were kind of going, well, how do we get this community, this fan base to the Big Bash, to the Aussie One Days, and how do you really engage this community? And it became a kind of talking point within it, because people say, oh, people don't know the World Cup's on. It's like, well, I can see 75,000 people who do, actually.
Yes, good point. Ah, that's gorgeously worked away through mid-wicket. Timing and placement from Sibley. I think he knows that the pressure's off now, and he's just showing us what he can do. He's hit some great shots after tea.
No, these are proper, well-earned stat padding runs now. Don't get out, get your red ink, and finish with an nice 80 not out to finish the season. Well, to boost your stats at the end of the season, I do mean.
Well, he's deserved it after what they had to go through before lunch and after lunch. These are runs that you earn through seeing off the new ball.
Yeah. But in the context of a normal cricket match, you have to continue earning. They've earned,
well, that's true,
0 to 30, and then from there on it's been a bit
hard.
It's been a bit tamer. Whereas normally people are trying to get you out all the time.
That's true. Speaking of people trying to get people out all the time, that's a drop at mid wicket. Got a hand to it there. Went firmly short from Zaib. Just a little flick of the wrists.
It would have been the tamest dismissal from Rory Burns. We're doing a phenomenal catch from Justin Broad, but just how short and how much time Rory Burns had there. That was a short ball well outside off stump, and he still nevertheless opts to swivel and pull that ball into the leg side. Safe save here, going over the wicket to the right-handed Dominic Sibley, which always makes my heart sink a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit reminiscent of Ashley Giles back in the day, isn't it? So I think that's the first chance that's been given by these two in the 58th over.
So Sibley was dropped by Hassan Azad.
Was he?
Low to his left. It could have been Emilio Gay's catch. It just split them either side. We see here.
Getting a really good view of this. This is great camera work. Just gets a fingertips to it.
And you can see the surprise on Save's face. He might have just been able to pluck a wicket out of nowhere. And we're actually going to see another bowling change.
We can see a new bat being brought out as well.
We're going to have to dig into the files to get a look at Hassan Azad's bowling stats. He has reached that point of the match, unfortunately, or fortunately for Surrey fans, such as Daniel Norcross.
Well, while this game peters out, match at Chelmsford is still very much alive, but fifth wicket partnership at the moment between Vince and Dawson. It's thwarting Essex, 149 runs still required. Minimum overs remaining 30. I don't see how they get 30 overs in there, because that would take a couple of hours to bowl those, especially if Hampshire are scoring runs. A sumptuous drive will just bring a couple of runs.
I can tell you that.
Actually, just a single. They've just ambled through for the one.
Hassan Azad has one first-class wicket.
Well,
at a mighty fine average of 23, however.
Well, yes.
And he's bowled 25 deliveries in first-class cricket, now 27.
We're at the smiles all-round stage here, aren't we? Actually, wasn't a bad-looking ball.
Well, I have this kind of theory about all professional cricketers, that you spend so long around the game, everyone must be at least a competent bowler of sorts.
Well, after Rory Burns was dropped the previous over, I think he might just be reining himself in just for a little while here. He doesn't want to just give his wicket away. He could do with a red inker, as you mentioned. And that was a very studious forward defensive shot. It's reducing his chances of making it to 100, of course. And that's the end of the over, and it might be my last stint, because in half an hour's time the teams may well have shaken hands on the draw. That'll mean that Surrey go into the final round of county championship matches with their destiny in their own hands. How much wriggle room they'll have depends very much on events up at Chelmsford. About an hour and a half to go up there. Essex desperately searching for the 6 wickets that would put pressure on the champion Surrey. I know we're all glued to that match. No man more than Phil Walker, who's going to come in and replace me, with Surrey very comfortably placed this game, heading to a draw. It's been great fun on the Surrey live stream this season. Thank you very much for having me. If I don't get back on, if I do get back on, I'll just say it all over again, Cameron.
Wonderful. A pleasure, Daniel. We'll see save continue as Phil Walker takes on the 1s and 2s.
Afternoon, Cameron Ponsonby. Right, first of all, glad to hear Daniel Norcross use the correct phrase, wriggle room. Too often people say wiggle room. It makes no sense. Thank you, Daniel. Agreed? Yeah. Secondly, he's eating an egg sandwich. So he give us with one hand and he taketh with the other. 140 for naught. What a game of cricket it was. No, look, in all seriousness, Surrey have done this very well, no question about it. They've done exactly what they had to do.
So to confess to my sins, when he did say wriggle room, I instantly went to Google. I went, I'm sure it's wiggle.
Oh,
that
so
can't be right.
You too. Oh dear.
That's why I love coming to work every day, because I learn. Just on every day, I like take something away from me that I didn't have before.
Every day's a school day round here. I think we just heard over on the mic Lewis McManus shouting to his troops, anyone else fancy a bowl? It's reached that point in proceedings. Karen Nair's bowled a couple of tidy tidy floaty ones as well.
I think he's actually produced a very good example of how difficult bowling in red ball professional cricket as a spinner is, and his stock delivery, the best off break he's been sending down has been excellent. But he strays slightly too full, and players of the qualities of Dom Sibley and Rory Burns have been whipping him away for 4. Hassan Azad's first over was on the money, just the 1 run off it. Bowled with a smile on his face throughout.
Nine bowlers used. Who's the man who's grazing in the outfield? Who are we missing here? Right, we'll come back to that.
It must be Emilio Gay.
It is. Bang on. Well done, sir. Yeah. Taylor, White, Sanderson, Keogh, Proctor, Zabe, Broad, Nair, Azad all had a 12. But Emilio Gay, who's standing there at slip, refuses to get that arm going. And coming back from injury, of course, so perhaps he's got an excuse.
He does have 2 first-class wickets, I can tell you.
The ineffable Jake, our producer, declared that it was raining. I can't see much evidence of it out there, but it is tricky to see from this vantage point.
Don't tell him that.
I can see some vague white figures out there, like a Lowry painting doing their thing. So I guess the question moves on to one of personal milestones here. 7 minutes past 4. We believe they can shake hands at 4:30 if neither team sees their way to a result, and I think we can fairly safely say that both teams have resigned themselves to that fact. But I guess the question is whether Rory B and Sibley as well is now only 6 runs behind Burns himself, whether they can eye up a possible 3-figure score, and if so, extend the misery for Northampton, who have really given their all. It would be a wee bit churlish, wouldn't it? But nonetheless, you never know, and they are well within their rights to say, well, hold on, no, you've got to keep bowling at me, because runs is runs is runs. And Rory Burns hasn't had the easiest of trots of late. The bigger picture, of course, is that the 2 of them are in form going into next week. And Burns in particular really needed it.
And there'll also be the fact of, like, when you start again next season, and you can fall back on the fact, oh, my last century was 2 matches ago. And kind of the confidence that gives you kind of inherently.
Still 4 down then at Chelmsford, Hampshire, doing it reasonably well at the moment. 143 required there. James Vince virtually a run of ball, 57, and Liam Dawson 35 not out. So those 2 have repaired that innings. They've put on 92 for the 5th wicket, and making that game very interesting indeed. Is there another twist in the tail for that one for Essex? Because a win versus a draw will change the complexion again. It will put the onus squarely on Surrey to go and win next week. Cameron's head in hands. You're losing the will to live, Cameron?
Never.
We are seeing on our screen, Jake, it's a flex by our producer. He's acknowledged the grey skies just behind us here. There's no flies on him. And here they come, the umpires. It's a wonder they ever get there to each other. It's the slowest walk out there in sports. The umpire conflab at short mid-wicket. The weather is shifting in here. Both batters are looking relatively comfortable with life. You have to love it.
I'm not quite sure what that was about, to be honest.
You have to love it. We move on, folks. Stay on the edge of your seats if you can. 141 for Nort, still trailing by 31. 21 overs left in this one, and the umpires, they just want a little bit more of this. So it's Azad again to resume.
Just the one run off his 2.1 overs so far.
Turning the screw.
It's been a masterful spell of bowling.
Yeah, Rory Burns, he's not going to give up this red inker, is he? And he has every right to play this exactly as he is doing. Important knock for himself, really. He'll head south next week with a spring in his step. It's been hard going for him, but a very timely return to form. Got to go back to early July for his last competitive 50 at senior level. He made a good 70 in the first innings at Lords against Middlesex, but it's been barren run since then, across the 50 over stuff as well last month. So this is excellent news, as indeed is what we're gathering, that Jamie Smith and Will Jacks will be available for the majority of next week's game, which changes the complexion of the Surrey side quite significantly. They're of course away with the ODI side at the moment. And it's quite a depleted Surrey 11 when you think that Gus Atkinson, Sam Curran et al. Are not a part of it either.
We do have a couple of grounds staff in place. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley having a kind of glance at the sky. I believe we can't quite see it from above the little overhang that's outside our studio, but I think there is a massive great dark cloud kind of looming above us. But if we do get, well, only got 18 minutes before there might be a kind of a handshake. The umpires have already had one conversation, now another conversation taking place between Luke Proctor. There you can see the weather looming, which doesn't bode particularly well for a 6 o'clock kickoff, I must say, which is of utmost importance in my moment in my life at the moment.
I'd completely forgotten about that, Cameron. I
don't believe that for a second.
You'll be pleased to know I've brought a new ball along for the occasion.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, I bought one of those classic 1970s Adidas balls, you know, from the 78 World Cup, the Rosario retro ball.
This is fantastic news.
Yeah, a virginal ball, untouched.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, pumped it up to the perfect level this morning. A bit of give in there.
Maybe a conversation for another day, but
do you think so?
No. I'll say favourite World Cup footballs is one of my favourite topics of conversation.
Now you're talking. That'll reel them in. Forget what's happening at Chelmsford. Although I can't, of course. 126 for 4. James Vince, what a star he is. 58 from 63, and he's making this stagger for the line very, very interesting indeed. Hampshire need 141, and there are 27 overs left. They have very little to lose apart from the game, so I think they're going to keep going. Right, here we go, I think, folks. Umpires again. And Dom Sibley has put his bat under his arm and is walking serenely off here with Rory Burns. Good applause by the ultras at deep mid-wicket and by the patrons in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, because they recognise that was a tough assignment for those openers and they have been flawless across 64 overs of hard graft. The last hour or two, the pressure has been relinquished, but let's not forget what this team were up against, staring down the barrel. Follow on in force. They lost 4 for early on this morning, and so to have batted through 64 overs, the two former England Test men really showing their credentials. Burns 71 from 196, Dom Sibley 67 from 188. Surrey have consolidated with a tidy draw here. It's not what they would have hoped for at the start 4 days ago, but nonetheless they will be pretty happy with that, considering where they were around midday today. As for Northants, well, perhaps that's the real story of the day, Yas. They have fought manfully throughout this game. They had a heartbreaking turnaround against Warwickshire last week, and if they'd won that, they'd have come into this game with real hope. As it is, they've shown immense fortitude, I think, and deserve a lot of credit. They've made most of the running in this game, and although their time in Division 1 is now at a close, they can take a lot of pride from this one.
Definitely. They finish, not quite finished the season yet. Obviously they play Essex next week, but a loss last week and a draw here, it doesn't reflect the cricket they played. They played really good cricket the last 2 weeks. And really it's Northants, not Surrey, who've been deprived of a shot at victory because of the weather over the last few days. And yeah, we don't have total official confirmation, but as we saw just there, handshakes between the Northants players and the umpires indicates that this game is over. So that's it. Northants relegated.
Yeah, there you go. It's hard yakka for them. They came in here, they gave it their absolute best shot, and if they'd one or two pieces of luck had gone their way, they could have really forced the issue here towards the back end of this rain-affected game. As it is, Surrey will be pretty content, I think. They walk away with 7 bonus points and 5 for the draw. All eyes soon enough will be heading to Chelmsford, because Hampshire are putting up a very good fist of this run chase. 138 still needed, 26 overs minimum still to bowl, and of course bad light might come into play down at Chelmsford, but I think it's pretty decent as it stands. Now Essex will be pushing hard, but they will also be aware that a defeat for Essex is disastrous for them and puts Surrey right on the cusp as the rains come, folks. The ineffable Jake Utley behind us, he knows exactly what's about. So yeah, if Essex were to lose, Surrey would have to go down to the Aegeus and really stink the place out for it not to be basically their show, right? Because they could even do it with bonus points and a defeat, because it would be leaving Essex, if they were to lose this one, 20 points behind Surrey going into next week. Is that correct?
Yep, correct. So even though events might have petered out at the end of this game, it is still so important what happens at the end of that Hampshire-Essex run chase. Hampshire need another 138 runs, and as Phil just said, a Hampshire win would mean that Surrey have a 20-point advantage in the title race going into the final round of games. And remember, folks, you get 3 points for bowling a side out or taking 9 first innings wickets within 110 overs. So Surrey can lose next week and get 5 bonus points, and the title will be theirs. And that's assuming that Essex get all the possible bonus points that are available.
All eyes on Chelmsford from here on in. It just leaves me to throw out a few thank yous. It's been an epic summer on the Surrey TV stream here. First of all, thanks to you folks for joining us in your hundreds of thousands. It's been an absolute joy to broadcast for you. A few thanks, if I may. Daniel Norcross, top of the list. Look at this, naturally enough, as he perches impish-like in the corner. Adam Collins, they come as a pair, those two. Myself, Yas Rana, Cameron Ponsonby, who joined us of course earlier today. Taha Hashim joined us earlier in the game. Felix White, who's never far away. Andrew Sampson, Simon Mann, Simon Hughes, Henry Moran, Nicky Chowdhury, Chevy Green, who joined us again earlier in the week. Joe Harmon, Guy Swindles, Hen Cowan, Betty Glover. Just some of the names that have featured on the show across the course of the summer. The ineffable Jake Utley, of course, director, vision mixer, visionary Tech Supremo and his team of camera operators, Greg, Ray, Noel Kavanagh, Graham Johnson-Robertson, Alan Keys, and as I say, thank you more than ever to yourselves, and of course to the boss himself, John Surtees, whose vision and perseverance brings this whole show together. Thanks ever so much. We will be back next year, bigger, better, for more of the same. Thank you.